Hello everyone, welcome back live to the Sports Corner YouTube channel. It's not day number 3. Let me change that for a start. It ain't day number 3, I'll tell you that for sure. It's day number 4 of the World Darts Championship. We are back once again for another live watch-along on the channel. If you're new to the stream, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated. We have got a bumper day of action to come at the World Darts Championship. 4 incredible games to keep our eyes out on. And most of all, we've got Paul Lim playing on later tonight. Fucking Paul Lim. We love to see it, honestly. The Singapore slinger, one of the favourites at the World Darts Championship, is back once again. And we genuinely cannot wait to see him later on. But we've got plenty of big games to come up. Plenty of big players as well. On the stage tonight. So as I said, welcome along to all of you that are joining on the channel. Let me just quickly turn my lights on here. There we go. Let me turn the light off for a second. In fact, no, I won't leave it on because let's take the thumbnail off. There we go. How are we all? Welcome along to the stream. It's good to see you all as always. Back once again for day number 4 of the World Darts Championship. And as I said before, what a night of action we've got indeed. Some incredible, incredible games coming up. Really, really looking forward to a splendid night of action indeed. As I said, we've got the favourite Paul Lim coming up, but let's talk about those other games that are going on in the background. Let me just put myself, there we go. So Dirk van Duijvenbode in the first match today, he's coming up against the World Youth Champion, Bradley Brooks, which is the first game of the day. That should be starting, I would say, in a few minutes' time. We've got John Henderson, another PDC favourite in the darting world, the Scottish darts player. He's coming up against Marco Kantell, the Finnish darts player. So that is the game straight afterwards. Again, another first round fixture that he's going to be. Then we've got the pick of the round 1 ties. The very best, I think, of all the round 1 ties on the board. We've got Luke Humphries coming up against the Singapore slinger. That is, of course, Paul Lim. Incredibly excited for that game. And then to top it off, we've got James Wade, the Grand Slam finalist and ever present, of course, at the World Darts Championship. He's coming up against Callan Rydz, who did very well in his first round fixture. So we've got some really, really good games to come up today. It's a fantastic night of action at the World Darts Championship. And it was also a fantastic afternoon of action as well. Some fairly interesting games on the board in the earlier fixtures today. We had Mickey Mansell, who finally got a win to his name at the World Darts Championship. He's, of course, been struggling quite a bit over the last couple of years in this competition. He got himself a 3-0 win over Hao Paipua, who, unfortunately for him, didn't really get at the races against the Northern Irish player. So fantastic for Mickey Mansell to go through to the next round of the competition. We had another demolition. It was Darius Labanauskas, the Lithuanian, who looked completely on form against Shengan Liu, who once again looked very nervous on the stage, only averaged 79.57, which is, I think, one of the lowest averages we've actually had so far at the World Darts Championship. Darius Labanauskas averaged 96, played fantastically well. Had a few little moments where Shengan looked like he was going to get into the game, but ultimately a very simple afternoon of action there for Darius Labanauskas, winning 3-0. Wayne Jones in a very good game against Kieran Tian, and you've got to give credit to the Irish youngster because he probably never thought he was going to go far in this competition. Of course, he's knocked out, which is a real shame, but he definitely gave his all against Wayne Jones, who had a fairly shaky start to the game and certainly improved as time went on. So fair play to Kieran Tian, unlucky for him. Fantastic for Wayne Jones to go through to the next round, an ever-present of the World Darts Championship. He's been playing darts now for as long as, well, I was about to say for as long as I've been living. He's been playing for as long and even more than I've been living in terms of my age. And then finally we had the other game that went on. Jamie Hughes, of course, in a 3-0 defeat to Adam Hunt. And what a performance from Adam Hunt. Looked fantastic in that game indeed. Really, really good match overall. And Adam Hunt looking very, very strong going into the next round of the competition, which I believe, if I'm correct, he could potentially face one of these lot coming up later on in the competition. I might be horribly wrong here, but I feel like I remember hearing it later on that he could potentially face Dirk van Duijvenbode or Rob Cross or even Bradley Brooks, of course, depending on what happens in this game, a little bit later on in the competition, if you can get through to the latter stages. As I said, I might be horribly wrong with that, and turns out he won't play any of them. But our first game tonight, Dirk van Duijvenbode playing against Bradley Brooks, and this is an interesting one because Bradley Brooks, the World Youth Champion, we saw him at the Ladbrokes competition across the UK Open in that final, looked pretty decent in that game, ranked 113th in the world, but he's got a very tough game on his hand. And I mean, we can see right now Dirk van Duijvenbode coming out onto the stage. He looks absolutely pumped for this game. Look at his reaction. He's brought the aubergine onto stage. We love to see it. Some passion there to start off in this game with Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks. But honestly, looking forward to this one. Dirk van Duijvenbode currently ranked 43rd in the world. Bradley Brooks ranked 113th. And it's going to be a tough match. It's going to be a tough match. Bradley Brooks, once again, he comes into this competition. Probably not really much expected of him in terms of him going far. But what a way to be able to kick off the competition by potentially, and I mean potentially in this. It's going to be hard for him, but he's got a very, he's got an alright chance, I'll say. I'm not saying a big chance, but an okay chance of maybe surprising people and getting something against Van Duijvenbode. To be honest, am I going to back him? No, I'm not. I'm probably going to say Dirk van Duijvenbode wins this 3-0. But it should be a good game on the board, and I can see there's over 100 of you in the stream right now. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you which have turned up for the live darts watch-alongs. It's really greatly appreciated. If you're new to the stream, as always, and you haven't joined us before on the Sports Corner, this is the Sports Corner, channel based for a whole variety of sports. We do wrestling content, we do NFL watch-alongs, which are starting next year, and of course, we've got live darts watch-alongs to come over the next few weeks. If you have enjoyed the watch-along so far, then do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated indeed. But as we do on every stream that we've done so far, it's the regular thing to do. We get the glass out, we fill it with a nice new bottle of gin, by the way. We've got it completely refreshed now, and we start afresh. What a game this one is going to be. Dirk van Duijvenbode coming up against Bradley Brooks. The game's going to kick off in just a second. Do put your predictions in the chat. I can see Chris in the chat. I hope you're good as always, buddy. He says Dirk van Duijvenbode 3-0 against Brooks. Henderson in a 3-2 win against Kantell. Humphries in a 3-2 win against Paul Lim. That's going to be a good game to watch, of course. And then James Wade to beat Callan Rydz 3-1. So should be a good match indeed. Adam's in the chat as well. Hope you're good, Adam Kowalski. Hope I haven't butchered your name there. Fingers crossed. We're in store for a good game here, because we are underway with this match between Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks. What a match this should be. Wow, should be a really good game and a really, really good night overall. And let me get that up on the screen so it updates. Apologies there. That will now start updating in the background. But there's so many of you in the stream right now. As I said, I'm not amazing when it comes to darts. I'm a slow learner myself when it comes to the competition. I've only been watching darts for about the last 2 years, so thank you very much for join us on the Sports Corner for the World Darts Championship watch-along. But we are in the first leg of this game, and it's Bradley Brooks here who started off as the better player, currently down at 201. Has a chance here for a 140, which he will get on the board, and this is a very bright start indeed by the youngster, who will be looking to potentially cause one of the first real shocks of this World Darts Championship. You could say Adam Hunt, to a certain extent, was a slight shock because, of course, Hunt wasn't ranked as a ranked player and Jamie Hughes was. But ultimately, you would expect here Dirk van Duijvenbode to go on and win this game. But I think this is going to be a very good match to watch. I think it will end 3-0, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bradley Brooks gets a set on the board, and he's started very well here. He needs a double 10 to get the first leg on the board, and he gets it straight away. What a lovely start there for the English youngster, Bradley Brooks. First leg on the board, and that will be a confidence booster for the youngster coming up against one of the more informed players of the PDC this year. Of course, had a fantastic few competitions in the past. He, of course, played quite a while ago and went on in that final against, I think it was Michael van Gerwen in the end a few months ago. I can't remember what competition it was off the top of my head. I'm having a brain fart here. Someone will tell me in the chat. But Brooks here, starting with a 140 in this second leg. Very good start indeed. Let me just put the score back up on the screen. There we go. Apologies for moving it there. But Dirk van Duijvenbode is just going to need to take a moment here and step back for a second, because Bradley Brooks is looking very, very good in this opening set. Currently down at 2-2-7 after 6 starts, with Dirk van Duijvenbode currently at 3-4-5. He gets himself 57, and he's down to 2-8-8, and he's got a great experience here, Bradley Brooks, and he's on for the first 180 of the night. And he does get the first 180 of the night. And you can see that reaction there from Bradley Brooks. The passion of the youngster on display. And it's fantastic to see there. Down to 47 after 9 darts. Dirk van Duijvenbode under the cosh here a little bit. So Brooks here needing 15, double 16. Gets a 7. He's going to go for tops instead. Gets 20. Now needs double 10. And doesn't get double 10, which means there's a good chance here for Dirk van Duijvenbode to try and strike back with his 195. But Brooks will get at least another 3 darts here at that double 5. So Duijvenbode down to 130. Double 5 here for Brooks. And he gets the double 5. And he gets the break of throw. And he's 2 sets up in this first leg. What a good start to the game it's been for Bradley Brooks. Currently averaging 100.76. It's incredible to see indeed. Chris Welch has put Bradley Brooks is like a fellow Sherrock. If you know what I mean, the crowd would have been on his side as he's younger. Then Daz has asked, who's the caller, please? The actual match referee is called Paul Hinks. The one who's calling the 180s. He's a fantastic ref. And I feel like we're quite lucky in the darts community. We've got very, very good refs across the board. Incredible, of course, at the 180s when they get the chance to shout them. But after 6 darts, in this third leg of the first set, Bradley Brooks down to 2-2-7. Dirk van Duijvenbode just starting a little bit slow in this game. Maybe didn't expect the youngster to have as good of a start as he has. And I'm just going to Google, actually, how old Bradley Brooks is. Bradley Brooks darts. I mean, Bradley Brooks is only at the age of 20, which means, I mean, he's the same age as me, which is crazy when you think about it. And he's at the World Darts Championship, and he could be about to go 1 set up against Dirk van Duijvenbode. Treble 17, double 18, gets 17, gets treble 10, which means he needs tops. Oh, look at that passion there from Bradley Brooks to take the first set of the game. He is on fire. What a start to the match. What a start to the World Darts Championship day number 4 evening set. He's averaging 104.86 as it currently stands. Bradley Brooks off to an absolute flyer. And, well, Dirk van Duijvenbode, he brought the aubergines out, but he needs to certainly deliver on the hockey right now, because as it currently stands, Bradley Brooks is 1 set up, back in a second. What a game so far. Now, Thomas has made a very good point in the chat, I'm not going to lie. He's already put bye-bye prediction. He's not wrong there. I already off to a bad start here in terms of my prediction. But as it currently stands, Dirk van Duijvenbode 1 set down to Bradley Brooks. What a start to the game it's been for the youngster. I think a lot of people, like myself, and I will put my hands up and I'll say, look, I expected Dirk van Duijvenbode to win this game 3-0. And that's nothing against Bradley Brooks, but the kind of the comparison between the players, there's quite a big difference. I mean, you can see in the world rankings, of course. You know, Dirk van Duijvenbode is 43rd in the world rankings. Bradley Brooks at 113. Realistically, if you were the bookies, you would expect Dirk van Duijvenbode to go on and win this game. But ultimately, right now, he's having a fantastic match indeed. Currently averaging Bradley Brooks 109.98 He's not fucking about here. Dirk van Duijvenbode averaging 80.77. It's a fantastic start for the youngster. He's got himself 180 on the board. He's already hit 5 140s, 10 100 pluses, and he's 50% on his checkouts. He's absolutely flying right now. And, well, if anything, I think Dirk van Duijvenbode, looking after that original first set, he's definitely going to be a little bit worried here because it's very hard to predict what's going to happen in a game like this when there's not much to go on based on Bradley Brooks' experiences before. He's never been at the World Darts Championship. This is his first time, and we've seen a few of the debutants in this competition come into these games and come with a real boost of confidence. They get on the stage and, you know, they make it their own and they don't feel nervous, and that's exactly what Bradley Brooks is doing right now, and he's one set up with Dirk van Duijvenbode having a lot of work to do. Rydz Rusbray on. I don't know when Rusbray is on, Daz, but I will give you a heads up at some point if you're still in the stream later on when he's on stage to do the calling later on. But he'll definitely be on at some point today. I would assume. I think he might be on for the Humphries Lim game, but I'm not going to make any predictions at all. Kieran's in the chat. You good buddy? He says fancy transitions. Josh, what's happened to us? We're improving, Kieran. You love to see it. Can't believe there's 100 people in this stream right now. Thomas Levine saying over 4.5 sets. He thinks it's going to end 3-2 to Dirk van Duijvenbode at the end of the match, which will make for a great game indeed. And then Chris is saying Brooks is rocking the palace so far, and it was all about Edward Fulks a few days ago when he got an incredible result in his match. But right now, it certainly is all about Bradley Brooks because he's averaging just under 110 in that first set. He's not. We've said it before, he won't be able to keep that consistency for the entirety of the match, but if he can keep going the way he is, then we're in for a fantastic second set, which is just about to start in a moment. Lionel Wessie's on the channel. He says, hi everyone, my first time watching the channel. Thank you very much for joining us, Lionel Wessie. I hope you are good indeed. Thank you very much for joining us, and for all of you that have joined for the first time, thank you very much for joining us on the Sports Corner channel. I never expected these darts watch-alongs to do as good as they have. But right now, I mean, your guys' support has been absolutely incredible. So thank you so much. We're only 30 subscribers away from 1,400 subs. So honestly, thank you for all the support. As we get a 180 on the board there from Dirk van Duijvenbode. He's down to 239 after 6 darts. And, well, Bradley Brooks here is going to have to try and match that. And he does very well indeed. He's down to 286 after 6 darts on the board. Thomas Levine drinks in the chat. Is anybody drinking tonight? We are indeed. Pink gin all the way. Might have started early on, but each to their own. So Duijvenbode here at 188. Chance for Bradley Brooks to get a 180. He will get a 140. So the youngster is down to 146 after 9 darts. Dirk van Duijvenbode is going to respond with a 140. And that means here Bradley Brooks is going to be under a little bit of pressure to try and check out this 146. Needed a treble 20. He gets the 19, which means he's not going to be able to check out. But he can leave himself with a decent score with another treble, which he won't get. So Bradley Brooks down to a 50. Duijvenbode down to 48 here. We need 16, which he gets. Double 16 for the first leg on the board for the Dutchman, of course. And he gets it. And that is a big first leg on the board. And you can see his reaction there. He needed that first leg on the board. And, well, Bradley Brooks now, it's going to be a little bit of a test for him. He might be leading in sets, but he definitely needs to try and keep going at the pace he is right now because he gets himself a 140 to start. Is Duijvenbode going to respond? He gets 2 treble 20s and a 5. Very good response there from Dirk van Duijvenbode. Chris has put Brooks 300 to 1 to win the whole thing, just saying. Which, to be fair, odds-wise, isn't too bad, actually. Because I've seen a lot of players who are kind of around like the 750 to 1, 500 to 1. So Brooks to win it at 300 to 1 isn't bad at all. Daz has asked, when does Whitlock play? Let me have a look for you. I think it's on December the 23rd. I will just check to make sure. So Samuel Whitlock plays on December the 22nd in the afternoon session. Which will probably be about 2 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock when he plays. So that's in a few days' time. So you haven't got long to wait until that game. But it's in a few more days' time. Dirk van Duijvenbode here on for a 180, which he gets indeed. He's down to 156, sorry. Can Bradley Brooks respond with a 132? Oh, needed 2 balls there and can only get 1. The man with no name, he's in the stream. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're as good as always. So Duijvenbode here on a 156. He's not going to be able to check out, which means Bradley Brooks is at a 40. Has a chance to finish tops and get a leg back on the board. First dart just a little bit too high. Second dart a good marker. And third dart in the back of the treble 20, the double 20, not the treble. And he's 1 leg apiece in this second set. And Bradley Brooks is not brushing off Dirk van Duijvenbode right now. He is making sure that the Dutchman has a tricky game on his hands right now. Fantastic match to watch so far. And only 57 for Dirk to start off this third set. And do you know what? I love to see the passion here from Bradley Brooks. He's showing absolutely no fear right now. And he's currently averaging 109.65. Dirk van Duijvenbode averaging 87.83. He's on fire, the youngster. He's giving it everything. You love to see it. Although here he's only down to 3-2-2. He did go for the treble 19 twice and his dart has fell out. The man with no name saying he's making an omelette. Ooh, very nice indeed. I'll tell you one thing I'll be doing is I'll be getting a takeaway straight after this because I'm absolutely, well, not starving, but very hungry. And I've got 4 hours to wait, so that's going to be fun indeed. But really good score there from Bradley Brooks. He's down to 188 after 9 darts. Can Duijvenbode respond here? Because currently at 286 on the board. Chris has put his Brooks cheating. I'm joking, of course. I know exactly what you mean. I know what was going on. Was there like a cheating scandal or something that was going on with Bradley Brooks at one point? God knows what was going on in that situation. I watched the video back and he wasn't cheating, was he, at all? So Brooks down here to 54. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 152. Gets himself down to 52 here. Needs double 20 for breaking the set here, Bradley Brooks. Oh, when he just can't get it. Very unlucky there. So Duijvenbode here at 52 needs 20, which he gets now. Double 16. Gets the 16, now needs double 8. And he doesn't get it. Oh, it's a real mistake there from Dirk van Duijvenbode, which means Brooks now, for a break of throw, at the double 10. First dart's a good marker. Now needs double 5. And he gets the double 5, and he's 2 legs up in this game. Currently 2-1, of course, to Bradley Brooks in this second set. And Dirk van Duijvenbode is genuinely in trouble right now. You can see the frustration on his face. He knows he's under the cosh here against Bradley Brooks. And you've got to give credit to the youngster. I don't think anyone foresee this coming, I'll tell you that for sure. He's on fire! As Chris has put, he's on a madness! He's rolling along, and Dirk van Duijvenbode has got a real risk here of being knocked out in the first round. Surprising indeed. I mean, I've got to say, if there's anybody in the chat who's put money on Bradley Brooks to win this, then please tell us in the comments. Please tell us, because I don't think there'll be many people who'll have put money on him to win this game. He's still currently averaging 100.47. Dirk van Duijvenbode averaging 84.17. It just shows the golfing class right now, and this youngster is ranked 113th in the world, and well, if he can win this game, he will certainly have his name in lights at the Ali Pali over the next few weeks. It'll be one of the results of the tournament. He gets a treble 20 here. Gets a 19, needs another treble on the board, which he won't get. So he's down to 278. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 420. Only gets 60 to move himself down to 360 after 6 darts. It's a lot of sixes there. I like that word, cosh. It's a nice word, isn't it? Under the cosh. And I'll tell you what about under the cosh here, because Bradley Brooks gets 100. And you can see he's passionate and we love it. He's celebrating the 100. Every, decent ton plus score he gets, it's a little fist pump. And you can see the reaction from him. And it's lovely to see. And Dirk van Duijvenbode, he's going to respond with a 140. So Duijvenbode down to 220 here. Bradley Brooks at 178. Oh, that is lovely. He's down to 44. Bradley Brooks, and he's on course here. He's going to get at least 3 darts at the 44. And you'd probably expect him to get 6 darts here. So Bradley Brooks to the 44, needs a 12, double 16. He's going to go for 4 and tops. Gets the 4. Good marker. And doesn't get it. So if Duijvenbode can check out the 156 here, then it'll be a massive, massive moment for the Dutchman. Gets the treble 20. Gets another one, needs the double 18. Oh! And just misses, which means a chance here of free set darts for double 20. Now double 10 for the second set of the game. And he gets the second set on the board. We are witnessing an incredible moment for Bradley Brooks, who's currently 2 sets up against Dirk van Duijvenbode. Who thought that was going to happen? Unbelievable darts from the English youngster, who's averaging 97.84 in this game. He's having the match of his life. Back in a moment, 2 sets to nothing. Bradley Brooks is on fire. We are witnessing one of the best performances of the World Darts Championship so far this year. Unbelievable performance right now from Bradley Brooks, who is 2 sets up against Dirk van Duijvenbode. Who would have thought this could have happened in game 1? He's trouncing him right now. And I've got to say, this game could be done fairly quickly, but don't count out Dirk van Duijvenbode yet. But as it currently stands, he's 2 sets up in this game. His overall average is 97.84 in comparison to Dirk van Duijvenbode's 86.09. I think this would probably be the best result of the tournament so far in terms of the biggest shock. And in terms of that second set, Dirk van Duijvenbode was averaging 89.38. He wasn't playing bad at all. He was doing all right in this set. Much better than he did in that first one. But Bradley Brooks averaging 90.18. 2 180s for Dirk van Duijvenbode, 4 140s for the Dutchman compared to Bradley Brooks' 3. Both players getting 900 pluses in the match, but ultimately, Bradley Brooks just looking on fire right now. And you have to say, what does Dirk van Duijvenbode do here to get back into the match? Because I genuinely don't know. He's not playing up to the standards that he could do. But Bradley Brooks is showing no signs of nerves, of worries or doubts in his play, and he's just steamrolling past Dirk van Duijvenbode right now. It's mad indeed, and well, it's crazy, man. I mean, Rowan's just seen the entrance for Aubergine, man. It's fantastic indeed. And when he came up with that impressive introduction onto the stage with the walk-on, but he's not impressed on the hockey. He's been really, really poor right now, and he's got so much work to do. And I was saying Dirk van Duijvenbode was going to win this 3 sets to 0. It could be the other way around. We could be seeing Bradley Brooks winning this 3 sets to 0. And, you know, Mystic Mackie said in the chat, it seems quite low for Dirk van Duijvenbode, ranked 43. He's much better than that. I think he's probably got a little bit of a way to go before he, you know, kind of improves up in the rankings. But he's a very good player. He's a very, very good player. And we've seen at points this year, you know, on his day, he can beat anyone. He genuinely can. Maybe not the likes of Michael van Gerwen and players like that, but he can certainly beat the majority of players. But right now, if you were to say that same sentence, you would be saying it for Bradley Brooks. You'd think he was the 43rd ranked player in the world right now. It's incredible indeed. Absolutely fantastic match to watch. And as I said before, this young kid at the age of 20 is showing no signs of nerves. What a match indeed, and both players are back out onto the hockey. If you're new to the stream, as always, and you've enjoyed the stream so far, then do leave a like and a subscription on the channel. It is very, very greatly appreciated indeed. I see we've had another brand new sub, so thank you very much indeed, Gareth Bale Hart, for you. But we're back underway here in what could potentially be the final set of this game between Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks, and this could be done very quickly indeed, depending on what Brooks does here in the 3rd set. Lionel Wesley said, I know note about darts, but I chucked a 5 on Phil Taylor's tip on BetBull. under 3.5 sets on this match. And I tell you what, right now, Lionel Messi, you're on course for that under 3.5 sets. And probably not the way you expected it to go either. It's mad indeed. A real big shock. And as I said, if there's any of you watching along right now that have put a bet on Bradley Brooks to win, then tell us in the chat, please. Tell us in the chat. You're probably on for a decent amount of cash right now. But after 6 darts on the board here, Dirk van Duijvenbode is only down to 3-2-2. Brooks at 3-0-1, which means he's got an opportunity here to break away in this game. Starts off with a 20. Gets another treble 20. Needs another one. And he gets another one. And he's keeping his composure. He's down to 1-6-1 here. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 3-2-2. He's really going to need to get a few trebles on the board. Gets a 20. Gets a treble 19. Needs another one. And he gets another one. Which means he's down here to 1-8-8. So Brooks can check out this 1-6-1. But he's going to have at least 6 darts at the 1-6-1. So he can take a moment to step back and just sort himself out. Treble 20, treble 17 and a bull needed if he wanted to check out the 1-6-1. But you would assume, of course, here he will just get himself a decent score. Gets a treble 19. Gets a treble 18. Needs the bull for a 1-6-1 check out. And, oh, just misses it. I think he gets the 5 there. And he is down to 45. And he didn't have to go for it in that situation. And he went for it. And fair play to him. So he's down to 45 here. 13 and double 16 required. He's going to go 5 and tops, which has been the way he's been going. And he gets it. And he's 1 leg up here in the 3rd set against Dirk van Duijvenbode. He's 2 legs away from knocking out the 43rd ranked player in the world. Dirk van Duijvenbode here starts off with, I think, he's gone down to 3-6-2 after his first 3 darts. Good start for the Dutchman. But we've not seen enough of it in this game. And Bradley Brooks currently averaging 99.8 in this match as it currently stands. Dirk van Duijvenbode averaging 88.43. We are potentially about to witness one of the bigger shocks in this World Darts Championship if Bradley Brooks can continue to steamroll on. The English youngster gets himself 100. He's down to 267 here. Dirk van Duijvenbode is really under the cosh, and I tell you, whoever faces Bradley Brooks in the next round, which I believe is potentially Rob Cross, I think, will definitely be feeling the nerves here because the youngster is looking hungry in this match. So Dirk van Duijvenbode here to 170. Gets the treble 20, needs another one. Does, now he needs the bull for the big fish. And he gets the outer bull, which means we're still waiting for the first big fish finish of the tournament. So he's going to get 25 here. He's going to get at least 3 darts at that 25, Dirk van Duijvenbode. In fact, he'll get at least 6 darts here with Bradley Brooks at 182. So 9. Double 8 needed now. Double 4. And he won't get it, which means Bradley Brooks here with maybe a little bit of an opportunity to put some pressure on Dirk van Duijvenbode. Gets a treble 19 and a treble 1. And gets a 19. So double 2 here for Dirk van Duijvenbode, which he gets. 1 leg back on the board. And a slight fist pump there from the Dutchman, who knows right now he is a long, long way from getting back into this game. And you'd expect here Bradley Brooks to go on and win this now, which is mad, because I was saying about half an hour ago that Dirk van Duijvenbode would trounce this match. But he's on for the 180 here, Dirk van Duijvenbode, which he gets indeed, and you can't count him out here. That's the 4th 180 on the board, and Dirk van Duijvenbode is on for a 9-darter. So Dirk van Duijvenbode here on 3-2-1. What a way this would be. He's not going to be able to get it because he only gets a 20, then a 19, and a treble 18. So he's down to 2-8 here. Bradley Brooks needs to get a few trebles on the board, put some pressure on the Dutchman. Gets 2 20s and another one. So only down to 1-6-1 here. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 2-8. Gets the 20. Gets the treble 19. He's going to get another one here, which means he's down to 94. Bradley Brooks at 1-6-1. Total sets under 3.5 this match. Under 3.5 in the Wade match. Under 3.5 in the Henderson, which is what Lionel Messi said. I'd say that's a very decent bet, to be honest. You've got a good bet on there, Lionel Messi. Very good bet indeed. But there's a chance here for double 8, which Dirk van Duijvenbode gets, and he gets a 94 finish. And look at the passion on the Dutchman's face. He knows how big that leg is. And he goes 2 legs up and gets the break of throw as well. Could this be a potential table turner in this match between Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks? In terms of the averages, Dirk van Duijvenbode improving here. He's up to 91.01. As for Bradley Brooks, still averaging 97.16. Very good average indeed. Very good average. I mean, Chris has put in the chat, a lot of people would have thought Van Duijvenbode to go on a decent run in this tournament. And, well, we can't count him out yet because this game is still steamrolling on right now. But he's on for a 180 here, which he's going to get indeed. And are we now starting to see the Dirk van Duijvenbode that we didn't in the first 2 sets? Brooks is going to respond here with a 140. So 240 here for for Brooks and 222 for Dirk van Duijvenbode. What a lovely leg this has been so far. Dirk van Duijvenbode only gets 96 to put himself down to 126. Brooks here with a real opportunity here to capitalise. Guess 220s need to treble here, the English youngster, which he gets. So Dirk van Duijvenbode at 126 here. Bradley Brooks at 140. He gets 219s, Dirk van Duijvenbode, and a treble 16, so he leaves tops with Bradley Brooks on 140. He's going to have to take it out here, which he's not going to be able to, and you can start seeing that pressure building on his face and the nerves beginning to build, and Brooks is down at 40. So a chance here for Dirk van Duijvenbode to get a set to his name with tops. Good marker. Now needs double 10 and gets double 10. Dirk van Duijvenbode gets a set to his name, and this game is far from finished. And that is a real passionate roar from Dirk van Duijvenbode there, and Bradley Brooks takes a moment to step back, and this is a crucial leg now. Can Bradley Brooks go on and provide us with a shock, or will Dirk van Duijvenbode bring the ultimate comeback, very similar to how Chris Dobie did in that second day number 2 afternoon session where he was 2 sets down and he looked really poor for the majority of the game, but he came back in that match, did really well indeed, and well, he's on for a 180 here, Dirk van Duijvenbode, and he only gets a 140, and I'm saying only, he's down to 303 here with Bradley Brooks at 402. Danny Mackey's in the stream. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're as good as always. Good to see you in the stream as always. Nice to see you, buddy. Chris is saying game of the tournament so far. It's been an absolutely fantastic match to watch, and I kind of do see this going down to a deciding set. Dirk van Duijvenbode has really got himself back into this match, and he's down at 170 here. Bradley Brooks at 223. Well, this would be a great way to get a leg on the board. We haven't seen a big finish in the tournament so far. 2 treble 20s and a bull for the Dutchman to get a massive leg on the board. Gets the first one. Gets the second one. Big fish. Unfortunately not. Only the outer bull there, and he's down to 25, which means he'll get at least 6 darts, I would have probably said, at the 25. Big opportunity here. So 9 and double 8 required for Dirk van Duijvenbode. He gets the 9 and gets the double 8. And he gets a leg on the board in this 4th set. And the pressure is really starting to build on Bradley Brooks here. You can see in terms of the averages right now in this 3rd set, Dirk van Duijvenbode was averaging 104. Bradley Brooks still averaging 98.55, but you can see a change of seasons as this game continues to progress on. Dirk van Duijvenbode now starting to show what we expect of the Dutchman as we get into this 4th set. Both players currently down to 401 after 3 darts. Bradley Brooks, after 6 darts, down to 343, gives a real opportunity here for Dirk van Duijvenbode to capitalise. He gets himself down to 308. What can Brooks do here to put more pressure on the Dutchman? The answer is he can get himself 99 to go down to 244. It's been a lovely game to watch so far. Gets 2 trebles there, a treble 20 and a treble 18. So Dirk van Duijvenbode down to 174 here, and Bradley Brooks at 244. What a real performance now from Dirk van Duijvenbode. He's certainly upped his game here at the moment that he needed to. And for this to be a round 1 match is staggering. So Dirk van Duijvenbode gets himself 93. He's down to 81. Brooks at 145. He's going to have to try and check this out. He won't be able to. And just needs to get himself a decent treble on the board to put pressure on Dirk van Duijvenbode. Which he does. So Dirk van Duijvenbode down to 46 here. Sorry, Brooks down to 46. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 81. Needs double 9. And he can't get it, Dirk van Duijvenbode. So Brooks now at 46. I assume he'll go 6 and tops. Gets the 6. Needs tops for a big leg. Now needs double 10. And he doesn't get it. And well, are we starting to see maybe the slight fall of Bradley Brooks in this game? Because Dirk van Duijvenbode's back here for a double 9. Which he'll get. And that's 2 legs on the board against Dirk van Duijvenbode. And this is the Dirk van Duijvenbode we've been waiting for in this game. And we are potentially on course here to go 2 sets all and go down to a deciding leg. And you have to give credit there because in that 4th set, Dirk van Duijvenbode averaged exactly 100 as it currently stands. Bradley Brooks only averaging 81.8. You can see the slight decline in terms of how Bradley Brooks has been playing. Very, very nervous. Final potential leg here. Could Brooks claw himself back? Or will Dirk van Duijvenbode take this to a deciding set? And well, Brooks here hits 2 5s and a treble 20. It's really poor from Brooks there, and it gives a potential opening for Dirk van Duijvenbode to capitalise from, and he's up to 310 here. Brooks under the cosh now, and I'm going to keep saying cosh all night. So Brooks, after 6 starts at 336. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 310 here. Gets himself a treble 20, a 20 and another 20, so he's down to 210. And Bradley Brooks, who was 2 sets up, is feeling the nerves. And now he's starting to shake his head and not believe in himself. And that's the one thing you don't want to do at this stage of a match. But Brooks here might be about to see a 180 from Dirk van Duijvenbode. And he does indeed. And how crucial could that 180 be? Because he's down to 30. And he'll get at least potentially 6 darts here at double 15 to get a second set on the board. Double 15 required. The first dart misses. And I couldn't see because Sky Sports didn't show it. He went for the double 8 there. And he gets an 8. Which means he needs the double 4. And I think the scoreboard there was slightly scuffed for a second. Couldn't see what was actually going on with Sky Sports. But he is down to double 2 with Brooks on 170. Puts a little bit of pressure there on Dirk van Duijvenbode. So Brooks down to 35. Dirk van Duijvenbode here down to 4. Needs double 2. Now needs double 1 to make it 2 sets each. Which he gets. And we're going to a deciding set in this game between Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks. He's fought back from 2 sets down. And we're really starting to see the Dirk van Duijvenbode that we expect in this competition. As we go down to a deciding set here. What a game. And honestly, massive credit has to go to Dirk van Duijvenbode because it looked like as that second set was going on, he was out of it. And he starts off the Dutchman with a 140 to kick off the first leg of this 5th set. In terms of the averages, Dirk van Duijvenbode averaging 92.47. Bradley Brooks averaging 95.33. It's been a fantastic start for both players in this first match of the evening. We've got some incredible games coming up tonight, including the likes of Luke Humphries against Paul Lim, the Singapore Slinger, which will probably be live around 8 o'clock, and James Wade coming up against Callan Rydz in the second round. That'll be around 9 o'clock. But we've still got a brilliant game here between Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks. It's into the final set. 2 sets apiece. And as Chris has put, Brooks is still playing well. Dirk's just upped his game. And exactly, he's still averaging 96 here, which is an incredible score. It's up there with some of the averages we've seen of the tournament so far. So he's going to try and go for the 170 here, Bradley Brooks, which he can't get. But he will get at least another 3 darts at the 114 that he's left. Can Dirk van Duijvenbode pressurise that 114? The answer is Not necessarily. He only gets himself down to 150. So 114 here for Bradley Brooks, which he's not going to be able to check out on here as he hits a 19. He does get a treble 7. So Bradley Brooks down to 67 here. Dirk van Duijvenbode at 150. This would be a fantastic checkout for the Dutchman to get that first leg of the fifth set to his name. Treble 19. And he can't check out, which means Bradley Brooks here with an opportunity to check out this 67 and take the lead for the first time in quite a while. Gets a 17. Then gets a 6. And he's not going to be able to check out. And you can see the frustration building on Bradley Brooks as this game continues on. He was cruising in this game, and the lack of concentration there is costing, which means now Dirk van Duijvenbode on a 60 gets the 60 he needs, and he takes the lead for the first time in the game, and he has won the last 7 legs in a row here against Bradley Brooks. It's been a good performance from the Englishman, but he now needs to up his level. He might be averaging 93.17, but he's running away with things here, Dirk van Duijvenbode, in terms of the last few legs. And he starts off with a 177, Dirk, to leave himself on a 9-dart finish. Bradley Brooks will respond with a 45, and everything's starting to go against him here, and it's been an impressive first round performance from Bradley Brooks, but Dirk van Duijvenbode here was on for a 9-dart, so he's not going to be able to go for it. And you can see the emotions on Bradley Brooks' face. He's starting to feel the frustration. And it's understandable. It's understandable. He's played a fantastic game so far and only gets 60 here, which means Dirk van Duijvenbode down to 184 after 9 darts. Bradley Brooks at 396. It's a real opportunity here for Dirk van Duijvenbode to go 2 legs up in this 5th set and really ask questions of Bradley Brooks. But he might have a chance here at a 180. He'll get a 135 in the end there to put himself down to 261. But he's just a little bit too far behind Dirk van Duijvenbode right now, who is down to 84 and will have at least 6 darts at the 84. What can Brooks do here to pressure Dirk? The answer is not much. He's only down to 205, which means treble 20, double 12 here for Dirk will give him 1 leg away from going through to the next round. He'll set himself up here for a double 16, Dirk. What can Brooks do here to pressure that? Gets a 20, an outer bull, and another 20, and, well, you can see the average slowly dwindling for Bradley Brooks as Dirk van Duijvenbode goes 1 leg away from going through to the second round of the World Darts Championship. He's come all the way from 2 sets down, and Bradley Brooks is just slowly losing confidence as this game continues on. It's a real shame for the youngster who's been fantastic to watch in this first round, but it ultimately looks like Dirk van Duijvenbode here could be on course to go through to the next round. And as Chris has said, first time I've seen Brooks make a mistake, lack of focus hitting 6 there. You can see the focus just slowly dwindling as he probably loses belief that he can get through to the next round. But Dirk van Duijvenbode here on for a 180. He'll get himself 174 to leave himself 227 after 6 starts. What can Bradley do to respond? Gets a 19, gets another 19. I guess a treble. Good leg here as Bradley Brooks looks to try and fight back for the first time in this game. But Dirk van Duijvenbode responds with a 140. So Dirk here down at 87. He's going to get at least 3 darts at the 87. Bradley Brooks responds here with a 140 to leave himself down at 36. Big chance here for Brooks to maybe get a leg on the board. Needs treble 20 here, Dirk van Duijvenbode. Now needs bull, and he can't get the ball, which means 36 required for Bradley Brooks to get a leg on the board. Double 18. First dart, a little bit too high, but a good marker. Now needs double 9, and he just can't get it, and he gives a real opportunity for Dirk van Duijvenbode here. He's going to have 2 darts at the double 8 once he hits the 9, and this could be the chance here for the match and Dirk van Duijvenbode to win the game. He gets the 9. Double 8 to win the match. Now needs double 4 and gets the double 4. What a performance from Dirk van Duijvenbode, who was 2 sets down to Bradley Brooks, who, the World Youth Champion, on his World Darts Championship debut at the Ali Pali, gave his all against Dirk van Duijvenbode. He was 2 sets up. He was flying in this game, but the class of Dirk van Duijvenbode started to slowly improve as the game continued on, and ultimately in the end there, Bradley Brooks just couldn't continue in the vein that he did early on in the game, and Dirk van Duijvenbode, after 2 sets down, goes through to the next round 3-2. Be back in a moment. What a game. What a match to start off day number 4, evening session. 3-2 to Dirk van Duijvenbode. What a game that was. Brilliant, brilliant way to start off the first round, day 4 evening action of the World Darts Championship with an absolute thrilling match between Dirk van Duijvenbode and Bradley Brooks. And as I said before, you have to give credit to Bradley Brooks. He played fantastic at the start of this match. A really, really good performance from the youngster. He was averaging around 100 at one point in the game, and it looked like Dirk van Duijvenbode was going to be going out of the competition. But ultimately, you can't keep one of the better players this year. He's been in fantastic form in 2020, out for too long. He started to fight his way back into the match, averaged 92.57 in the end, and ultimately came from 2 sets down to win the game 3-2. And as I said, you have to give credit to the youngster there, because he came into this competition as an outsider, and very unexpected for him to even get through to the second round of the World Darts Championship. But he gave it his all, and at one point I said he was going to lose this game 3-0, but he started off incredibly well, and he will come out of this and he'll be frustrated with himself with the certain few decisions he's made when he accidentally hit the 6, and you could see the frustration from that specific point building up as the game went on, and ultimately the class of Dirk van Duijvenbode showed. He won the game 3-2. And that was an absolutely fantastic match to watch to kick off day 4's evening action. And we've got so many good games to come up tonight with 3 more incredible matches on the way at the World Darts Championship at the Ali Pali. But let's take a moment to just look at the statistics of this match and how both players played. So Dirk van Duijvenbode, as I said a minute ago, averaged 92.57 across all 5 sets in that game. And you've got to give credit here, because Bradley Brooks averaged 92.70. It's not a bad average there from the 20-year-old youngster, who did very, very well indeed. In terms of 180s, Dirk van Duijvenbode got 5 on the board. Bradley Brooks only got 1. In terms of 140s, both players got 15 140 pluses. Fantastic to see there. And there was 33 100 pluses for Dirk van Duijvenbode, 37 100 pluses from Bradley Brooks. And in terms of their checkouts, Dirk van Duijvenbode got 37.04% of his checkouts, while Bradley Brooks got 28%. Not a bad performance, as I said, from the English youngster there. And he will come out of this game, and as I said, he'll be frustrated, but he should look at that performance and think to himself, I challenged one of the most informed players of 2020 there, and did very, very well indeed. And you have to give him credit in the end, because ultimately it was a fantastic match to watch, and a real perfect way to start off what is an incredible day 4 of action at the World Darts Championship, because we're going to move on to our next game now. And what a fantastic game this is going to be. Let me just get rid of that one there, because we're moving over to the game between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. John Henderson, of course, a PDC darts favourite to many. I think we'll all remember that time in Scotland in the Premier League of Darts, where he was the challenger against Michael van Gerwen and came out with an incredible draw against the Dutchman. But this is going to be probably the worst game of the night, and I'm not saying that in terms of the quality of the match, but in terms of the stature of the game. I think Humphries Lim is an incredible one. James Wade and Callan Rydz is a very good game. But this is going to be probably not an easy match to predict because Kantell is ranked 87th in the world and he's been doing quite all right recently, although he's coming off the back of 2 losses to Chris Dobie and Kleermacher. But John Henderson coming off the back of 3 wins in a row, beating Simon Whitlock actually in his last game 4-3, and he is a PDC favourite. And I'd expect John Henderson to go on and win this game. We all love John Henderson. He's a fantastic player. As I said, a real favourite of the PDC. And it's going to be interesting to see how he does in this match. But let's talk about the other games coming on tonight because there's some thrilling matches still to come. Let me just very quickly update on the screen the score of the Dirk van Duijvenbode Brooks game. That match, of course, for those of you that are just joining and maybe you missed the game, ended 3-2 to Dirk van Duijvenbode. Dirk van Duijvenbode coming back from 2 sets down in the match. We've got John Henderson taking on Marco Kantell, the Finnish darts player. That's coming up in a moment after Dirk van Duijvenbode's interview is finished. Then we've got the pick of the bunch in round 1. Luke Humphries taking on the Singapore slinger Paul Lim. What an incredible tournament we've got, and what an incredible match that one's going to be. That is another round 1 fixture before we get to see the Grand Slam finalist and a World Darts Championship ever present in James Wade coming up against Callan Rydz a little bit later on tonight. That'll probably be around 9 o'clock. But as I said, the next game coming up is going to be John Henderson taking on Marco Kantell. In terms of when that game starts, Steve, it should be on in the next 5 minutes. They're just doing the interview, of course, with Dirk van Duijvenbode, and no doubt they'll very quickly talk through the game. But I'm predicting they can't hear what he's saying, I would assume. Dirk van Duijvenbode probably saying there in the interview that he didn't start off well and he could have quite easily lost this game. But ultimately, in the end, he came out, he showed his class and did very, very well indeed. But the man with no name, just asking who won. Dirk van Duijvenbode won that game 3-2. Fantastic match indeed. But if you're new to the channel as always, welcome along to the Sports Corner. If you've never been on the channel before, we do a whole host of different sports on this channel. We don't just do darts. We do live watch-alongs for the Premier League and other European football leagues. We have a wrestling podcast, which is available every Tuesday. We've got NFL watch-alongs, which are coming next year for the playoffs. And we've got plenty of other streams we do as well. In fact, we'll definitely be doing Transfer Deadline Day when January comes around, of course. So if you do, as always, do leave a like and a subscription on the channel. It is greatly appreciated for all of the support. I see we've had another new subscriber. We're only 24 subs away from 1.4k, so if we could get to that, it would be fantastic indeed. I said I wanted to get to 1.4k before Christmas. You're going to smash it before the end of the year, which is fantastic indeed. But in terms of this match, I'm going to predict that John Henderson wins this game 3-1 on sets. Do put your predictions in the chat for this one because I'm bloody looking forward to this game. We love John Henderson, of course. One of the PDC darlings and favourites in the darting world. Chris has put, I think Henderson will edge the win in the final set. Do you think it's going to be quite a close one? Interesting indeed. Daz is saying in the chat, what wrestling is it? It's, as I said, it's a podcast which they talk about wrestling from that week. So do keep your eyes out for that, of course, the Wrestling Corner, which is available every Tuesday on the Sports Corner. But it's not a specific match that they watch. It's a podcast that they cover live on the channel. But 41st ranked in the world, John Henderson. And as I said, in terms of his previous matches, he came up against Simon Whitlock in his last game, which was on the 10th of December in the home tour, and beat him 4-3. He also beat Damon Hayter as well, 4-3, which is a fantastic result for him, and certainly puts him in with some real confidence indeed. In terms of, though, Kantell, as I said, he's lost 3 of his last 5 games. He was in the home tour. He lost to Chris Dobie 1-4. He lost to Kleermacher 4-2. And he also lost to Tabel 4-3. But he did get 2 wins on the board. Got a 4-3 win against Adam Hunt. And also got a 4-1 win against Leitinger. So going to be interested to see how that game goes on in a moment. But Mr. Max put his darts a sport, though. Or is it a game? Well, technically, it's been covered on Sky Sports. So I guess it's a sport. I mean, It's an interesting one because I'd say it's a sport. It's competitive. And if we're classing esports, which, are still sports, if we're classing esports as a sport, then I'm pretty sure we could quite easily class darts as a sport as well. You practice for it, you train for it, it's competitive. It's pretty much like any other sport, isn't it, really? So I would class it as a sport. But we are now underway in a moment with the game between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. The Master of Champions, of course, is out onto the Oki, as are the cheerleaders as well. So the players will be out in a second for this game. Daz has asked, is it WWE or AEW or Impact? Also, when does Peter Wright play next? I'm not going to lie, I've got no idea, Daz. I think it's a mixture of all three that they tend to talk about. If Rowan's in the stream, put a message in the chat because you'll know more than I do, but I'm pretty sure they talk about all three. WWE, AEW and Impact. I don't tend to watch wrestling myself, so I can't really say what goes on in the wrestling corner. And they've asked when Peter Wright plays next. I haven't got an idea right now when Peter Wright plays next because they haven't got the round 3 fixtures sorted yet. So he won't play until at least after December the 27th. So we won't see him for at least another week. So we've got a little bit of time to wait before we see Peter Wright play again. I mean, Chris has put, it's a sport. I don't care what anyone else says. I agree with you, Chris. I say it's a sport. For me, it's a sport. It's competitive. And it counts as a sport for me either way. So I would say it's a sport. But either way, it's on the sports corner. So we're counting it as a sport. But Marco Kantell, the first player to come out here on the Oki. I do think this game will end 3-1 or 3-0. And that is no discredit to Marco Kantell. I just think John Henderson is a much better player. And although in the rankings, John Henderson's 41st, Kantell's 87th, I think there'll still be quite a decent golfing class on the stage here. So John Henderson is just coming out onto the Oki. And this is going to be an interesting game indeed. Thomas has just put in the chat just to know. My prediction was right. Hey, let me have a look and see. Oh, he was as well. Do you know what? Fair play, 3-2 full time. You were spot on there, Thomas. Very, very good indeed. Spot on with your prediction. Over 4.5 on a 3-2 full time. What have you got for this bet again? Do tell me in the chat, Thomas Levine. Making money tonight, which is always good to see. But John Henderson's out. We love to see it. He's got a fantastic walk-on song. Rocking all over the world. We love John Henderson. What a player. Who have you got for the tournament? Well, I said, because I got asked the question on the first day, I said I wouldn't really say anything until I saw all the players, but I predicted a Van Gerwen prize final as an early prediction for who makes the final. In terms of who's going to win it, I've got no idea. I feel like Van Gerwen could go on to win it easily, but at the same time, it's such an open tournament right now. It's hard to tell who's going to go on and win this. It's an incredibly open World Darts Championship. Chris has put, is it me or has Henderson lost weight? He looks like he's lost quite a bit of weight, actually. I'm just seeing that. I mean, you can see on the picture on the screen at the bottom there, he looks like he's lost quite a bit of weight, which credit to him is fantastic to see, of course. Thomas has said Van Gerwen or Price. Oh, it's tough, man. I think Van Gerwen will win it. But I think Gerwen Price will be up there, of course. He's had a fantastic year. Really, really good year indeed. But in terms of where Marco Kantell has finished in the past, the best he's been is twice in the second round. And ultimately, I think today he won't be making that round. Let's see how the Highlander, that is John Henderson, does when this game kicks off in a moment. But do say in the chat, who is your favourite to go on and win this competition? Because I think I've said as an outsider, Ryan Searle, not to win it, but to go relatively far. I know Chris said in the chat Jeffrey does one as an outsider shout, which I think is an interesting one because both of those players are actually coming up against each other in the next round, which will be a great match to watch. Well, we're underway here between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. If you are new to the stream, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated as the Highlander gets himself underway indeed. Fuck off, Jamie. Your comment is irrelevant. I can swear on stream. Don't advertise somebody else's watch-along in here. As much as the darts referees watch-along is fantastic, people are allowed a choice, so eat shit. As for Jamie, let's move on because Johnny's on the stage. As he currently stands, after 9 darts on the board here, sorry, after 6 darts, he's at 340, which is not the best start he wants. Maybe a chance here for Marco Kantell down at 386 to push forward in this game. Got a real opportunity. He's going to start off here with treble 20. Gets himself another... Well, actually he doesn't. He gets himself a 20 there. But we'll finish with 140. Which is a very good score indeed. And I know somebody asked in the chat, actually, who was the caller for this game. It's, I believe, Kirk Bevins, who's the match referee for this match. So, we know who the match referee is now. And John Henderson at 259 here. After 9 darts. It's a bit of a slow burner to kick us off in this first leg. Of course, we cannot expect to be at the same pace as what we were a few minutes ago with that incredible match between Dirk van Duijvenbode and, of course, Bradley Brooks. But Henderson here, going to get himself 137 to put himself down to 122. Kantell at 186 here. Daz has put in the chat, is it Kirk Bevins or George Noble or Russ Bray on the call now? It is Kirk Bevins who's on the call as the match referee. And then Chris has put, I wouldn't be shocked if MVG wins his title back, to be honest. He's coming back into form again after an awful start to the year, but I fancy Price as he's been most consistent all year in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, in terms of consistency, it has been the better player this year, going Price. But we've said it before, that the World Darts Championship tends to bring out the very best in players. And, well, he started to hit form at the right time, hasn't he, Michael van Gerwen? So you can never say never to the Dutchman continuing on and getting himself another World Darts Championship to his name. But, I mean, even as Mystic Mac has said, I've got Snakebite to retain as Henderson here goes for a double 20 and gets himself the first leg on the board with tops. Good start there for the Scottish Highlander, as he's called, to take the lead in this match. But I would have said Snakebite will definitely be up there because he's another player that's been on incredible form this year. One of the better, more informed players that could go out there and maybe go on and win it. But in terms of outsiders to go on a decent run, I think Devon Pettersson could go on a decent run in this competition. As Thomas has said in the chat, Van den Berg, if his knee holds it, I think he could go on a very decent run. Ryan Searle or Jeffrey Giswan, whoever gets out of that game, could go on a very good run. I mean, even Adam Hunt, who I think has got a chance of coming up against Rob Cross. If somebody can tell me in the chat who he comes up against next, that'd be greatly appreciated indeed. But he's got a real good opportunity of going a little bit further in this competition. And credit to him because he looked fantastic early on. But there's so many good players that could go far in this competition. As Chris has put, take your pick. There's so many indeed. It's a fantastic tournament this year. It really is a fantastic tournament. But Henderson down at 375 here. Kantell at 322. It's been a very good game indeed. By the way, we're nearly up to 1.38k subs, so big thank you to everyone who's left a subscription and left a like on the channel as always. We're only an hour in, and you guys, I believe, have already smashed the views record for the Darts Watchalongs, and you've done that in an hour, which is incredible indeed, so big thank you. I mean, Bernie Smith's put in the chat, don't forget Wade. There's so many players you can go through that could quite easily go on a decent run in this competition. And, well, of course, as Bernie said, we'll actually see James Wade a little bit later on tonight against Callan Rydz, which would be a good match to watch. Chris has put Cross or Dirk van Duijvenbode for Hunt in the third round. What a game that's going to be. Dirk van Duijvenbode v Hunt, or Dirk van Duijvenbode v Rob Cross first at the very least. That'd be a great match to watch. I think, if anything, for Rob Cross, he wants to go on and win that game and boost his confidence because he's had a pretty shocking 2020 so far. But, of course, he got knocked out of the Premier League, didn't he? He got relegated. But John Henderson here, down to 76. Kantell at 163. What can the Finnish dance player do here to put pressure on John Henderson? The answer is not much. He gets himself down to 105. So Henderson here on a 76 needs treble 20, double 8. Gets the treble 20. Now needs double 8. Gets 8. Now needs double 4. And doesn't get it, so he'll be back to get double 2 on 4. I mean, Bernie's put Ian White as well. You could put Mervyn King into that category as well, because there's just, there's a few players out there who love not having a crowd. It means so much less pressure on them. But Kantell's on here for a 105 finish, and he just can't get it at the double 16. So double 2 here required for John Henderson to take a 2-leg lead in this first set. He gets the double 2 first time, and it's a comfortable starter here for the Highlander, who's on his way to take a very quick first set on the board. In terms of averages, Kantell is averaging only 72, which is very, very poor indeed. Mystic Max saying Glenn Durrant and Lewis. Adrian Lewis is an interesting one, because he's another one of those players that's been horribly out of form, and of course he's nowhere near the player he used to be back in the day, but he's got a very tricky game potentially against Damon Hayter, so he needs to get through a game like that first before he thinks about maybe winning it. But there's a chance here for the first 180 of the game, which we get indeed, and John Henderson, with the first 180 on the board of the game, is down to 187 here after 6 starts. Very good there from the Highlander. Captain Daniel, thank you very much for joining us in the stream. He says, what do you think of a woman? Can they win a PDC event ever? I think we will see a day where we see one of the women, win one of these World Darts Championships or one of the big tournaments. I think, and this is without sounding harsh, we're probably still a while away from that happening. But I think there will be eventually a point where we'll see, one of the women win a big tournament, because you have to give credit to the women players. They are improving massively year on year. The class of them, as Henderson tries to get an 87 finish here but can't, they're improving year on year, the women's players. And you have to give them credit because, the likes of Fallon Sherrock, the likes of Lisa Ashton, the likes of Dita Hedman, they're all brilliant, brilliant players. And, we saw in that game with Lisa Ashton a few days ago, and Fallon Sherrock as well. They can compete against the very best here, as John Henderson gets double 10 and takes the first set in very quick fashion against Marco Kantell. And if I'm being quite frankly honest with you, this could be a very quick game. Kantell currently averaging 74. Henderson only averaging 86, but he's good enough to take the first set. Be back in a moment. Henderson 1-0 up against Marco Kantell. That is the first set of this match between John Henderson and Marco Kantell out of the way. And you have to say that was a very, very quick set for John Henderson indeed. Marco Kantell, as it currently stands, is struggling big time in this match. Probably, we're only one set in, so there's plenty of time, of course, for him to come back in this game. I think yesterday was a prime example. There were so many games in the first set where a player looked bad and then they got back into it and kind of composed themselves a little bit. But right now, Marco Kantell currently averaging 74.71 in that first set, which just proves how poor he's been. John Henderson, though, only averaging 86.71, which isn't a bad average. But in a game like this right now, he's currently good enough to take the first 3 sets completely. We've only had 180 so far, which is 1, of course, for John Henderson. We've had 2 140s for Henderson and 1 140 for Kantell. And we haven't actually seen Kantell get to a point of checking out yet on 0%. 42.86% in terms of Henderson's checkout. But I am going to go back to your question there, Captain Daniel. I do think we will see a winner eventually of the PDC event. Will it be the World Darts Championship? might be a while before that, and that's not being offensive to women's players in general. I think that we're still a little bit away from it, but I think we will see a women, potentially, you know, a woman win the event at some point, a PDC event. I mean, Chris is disagreeing. He says, I don't think the women will win a PDC event personally. I mean, in our lifetimes, will we see it? I guess it's all about the standards of women's darts. If it continues to improve, which I feel like it is improving, I feel like year on year it's getting better and better, we might eventually see... Will we see women win it? Or will we see them go far? Because if we see them go far, then it's improving. If we see someone win it, then it's massive, of course, for the game of darts. But I think it's still quite some time before we see a woman win one of the tournaments. But we've seen glimpses of what the likes of Fallon Sherrock and Lisa Ashton can do. And of course, we'll see Dita Hedman, I think tomorrow night is when she plays. So we'll see what she can do on the stage. But ultimately, I think we will see one of them eventually maybe win it in over time. Maybe not now, but, you know, who knows in the future. I mean, Bernie Sebu will be the first woman to win a PDC title. Chris has put as well, Ian Whites is the best darts player in the world in floor events, but never turns up on stage events and on TV. Well, obviously proves how much pressure he feels. But right now, Marco Kantell should certainly be feeling the pressure in this game because he's one set down to John Henderson. He's not really done much in this game overall so far. And there's a lot of work to do for him right now with both players back out onto the oche for this second set. And I said earlier, I thought maybe that first game was going to be done very quick. I kind of think this one will be done much quicker than that original first one, of course, because that went all the way to the last set indeed. But I've just seen we've got another new two... I can't get my words out tonight. I'm fucking awful for it. We've got two new more subs on the channel. So for those of you that have subbed, have the Gareth Bale heart on me. Big thank you for subscribing to the channel as always. It's very greatly appreciated. We're only 22 subs away from 1,400, which is bonkers. Absolutely incredible support from all of you guys. And girls, of course, for those of you that are watching for the World Darts Championship Watch-Along. We've got more Watch-Alongs to come on the channel. In terms of how I'm going to be doing the Watch-Alongs, I'm going to do every evening event. I'm going to leave the morning ones for now. But when we get into that second round with some of the big players, we'll have darts Watch-Alongs pretty much for the afternoon and evening sessions. So it'll be non-stop at that point. But we're back underway here between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. Henderson down to 2-6-1 here after 6 darts. Kantell at 3-1-8, and this could be done very quickly. I genuinely think this is going to be done in the next 15-20 minutes, if I'm being honest with you. Maybe even quicker than that, because Henderson gets himself another 140 here to put himself down to 1-2-1, and he'll probably get at least 6 darts here unless Kantell can respond. And Kantell just a little bit slower in terms of his throwing of the darts. Does respond though with a 140 to leave 178. So he's going to get at least 6 darts here with the 1-2-1. You'd expect Henderson to try and get himself a decent finish. Gets a treble 5. Apologies if you can hear that in the background there. Gets a 20. And gets a treble 18. So he leaves himself down at 32 here for a double 16. He'll get at least 3 darts at that. Can Kantell respond though with a decent score to put pressure on the Scot? The answer is he can't. Only gets 41 to leave himself down at 137. So, double 16 required here for John Henderson. Gets 16, now needs double 8. Gets the 8, now needs double 4. Third time lucky? The answer is no, because he's all the way now down to a double 2. So Kantell with a bit of an opportunity here, maybe to check out 137. Could be a real opportunity to improve the performance of the Finnish darts player. And, well, he's not going to be able to check out here. But he does get himself down to 80. So a chance here for the first leg of this game, of the second set, first leg not of this game, first leg of the second set to go to Henderson, which he does indeed. He gets himself the double 2 and puts himself 1 leg up in this second set. And Henderson looking very comfortable and calm in this game. Kantell looking awfully bad. Absolutely punishing Marco right now in this game, as Henderson gets himself 100 to start the second leg of this second set. Chris has put in the chat, if a woman does win, then I think it'll be either Lisa Ashton or Hugh Greaves, both talented. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Lisa Ashton is a great player. I haven't seen much of Greaves to be able to say whether I think she could go on and win it, but, you know, Lisa Ashton is a a fantastic player to watch. And I think Dieter is a really good player to watch as well. She's fantastic, but I think in terms of seeing a player win it, I think we've got a little bit of time to wait. And that's not being offensive to the women darts scene. I genuinely think it's improving year on year, and it's fantastic to watch. But ultimately, I think there's a little bit of time before we see maybe someone compete and get a little bit further in the competitions than we have seen over the last few years. But Chris put in the chat, the winner of this game will be facing Johnny Clayton, the Welshman, which will be a very good game indeed if it's John Henderson, who's currently down to 2-3-9 after 9 darts. Kantell here needs to respond well. Gets a treble 20. Gets a 20. Needs another treble here. And he does indeed. And he's slowly improving as this game continues on Kantell. He's averaged now to 77.77. All the sevens out there for Kantell. But as for Henderson here, he's averaging 91.61. He's improving as the game goes on. And he gets 177 the Scots to leave himself 62. He should have at least 3 darts at it unless Kantell can get the 170 here, which he's not going to be able to. So Kantell down to 112 here. Henderson at 62 needs treble 10, double 16. Goes for the treble 18 route. Now needs double 4 and hits the 4, so he's going to need double 2. He should have another chance at this with Kantell being on a 112. If the Finnish player here can get it, he gets the treble 20. Then gets 9, and he's wasted it. And that was a great opportunity there for Kantell to try and check out the 112, and he's just blown it for himself. And just as you think he's about to get a little bit of confidence in this game, he doesn't indeed. So Henderson down here for the double 1, misses his second dart, and hits the 1, which means he's not going to be able to check out, and gives a real chance here for Kantell to get the first leg on the board. Double 20. And he gets the double 20. Big dart there for Kantell. And that is the first leg on the board for the Finnish player. And I'm just going to quickly check Brie Greaves because I'm pretty sure I know. As I said, I haven't seen him much, but I'm pretty sure I know who you mean. Yeah, I know who you mean. I've just Googled it now. I know exactly who you mean. Of course, he's only 16, yeah. She's got real potential to become a very, very good darts player. It's mad that. Only 16. It's crazy. It's like Bradley Brooks earlier. He's 20 and he's playing the World Darts Championship. I'm 20 and I'm sat here drinking gin wishing I was good as him. If only life was better. If only life was better, eh? But Kantell down to 310 here with the break of throw. Henderson at 4-4-1. Going to need to get a few trebles on the board. Starts off with a 20, the Scot. Then with a treble. And only gets 100. I'm saying only. That's better score than I could ever bloody get. Down to a 3-4-1 here, Henderson. And Kantell, will that give him a little bit of belief that he can come back into this game? Get that first leg on the board. Get a little bit of confidence in this game. And, well, he's only hit 60 there to leave himself down at 250. Henderson at 3-4-1 here. Get himself 100 or 140 and he'll be looking good. He gets himself the 100, so he's down to 2-4-1. And this is a little bit of a slow burner, this one. A little bit of a slow burner of a game. Kantell's got a really slow throwing technique, and it's not as slow as, I forgot the name of the player. Justin Pipe, that's the one. No, not as slow as Justin Pipe. But just takes it nice and calm. And I think Henderson's playing at a very similar level here, and he's on for the 180, but gets 100 there with 2 treble 20s and a 20. Chris's put, I will probably get beat off her comfortably. She's that good. That's the thing. Only 16, and to be that good is mad, isn't it? Absolutely mad. And it's impressive with darts players, because I think for a lot of people, if you've never chucked darts before and things like that, it's so impressive how they hit the 180s consistently. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, Chris has put in the chat, I've scored a 180 before, but not scored many of them. I'm still waiting to hit my first 180. And I've had my dartboard now for a few weeks. I was still waiting to hit my first one. I've had a few chances at a 140 and things like that. But I've never had a 180, which is a real shame indeed. But Henderson down here at 24. Needs double 12 to get himself a 2-1 up in legs on this second set. Now needs double 6. His finishing's been a bit poor here, Henderson. Really needs this dart It's a good marker, and he doesn't get it. And, well, Henderson's finishing here, just dwindling as this game goes on. And Kantell on 70 could check this out here. Gets a treble 18, which means he needs double 8 with 2 darts. And he gets the double 8. And, well, it's not been a great performance from Kantell, but he's two legs up in the second set. And potentially on course to get to a set to his name. He's averaging 77 right now. He's averaging 77. Lionel Messi has put ratioed by Van Gerwen. This is why Van Gerwen is the best player ever plus ratioed. Are we on bloody Twitter right now? The ratioed thing is the best thing about Twitter, isn't it? Ratioed by Van Gerwen. Unbelievable. Bernie says years ago we used to get a medal for hitting the 180. I wish I got a medal for hitting the 180. I've been waiting fucking years for it. I've had a dartboard now for about... Well, I've said a few weeks. I've had a dartboard now for at least about 2 months, I would have said. And I haven't hit a 180. And I usually tend to play for like an hour a day. Just trying to hit a 180. Practicing a 501 game. One, I'm terrible at playing darts. And that is why I'm sat here doing a darts watch-along and not playing the game. And 2... I can't hit a 180 for the life. You know, I can't hit 180 for my life. I'd have to sit there for probably hours on end, and I still wouldn't hit one. It's mad indeed. Chris put, I rewatched MVG's 17 perfect darts where he almost got back-to-backs against Wade in 2013. Wade's got to be one of the most unfortunate players, or at the same time you could say lucky, in darts. Unfortunate because... Well, the 9 darters are against him. I mean, when Phil Taylor pretty much nearly hit 3 9 darters, it's mad indeed. But it's one of those where it's like Wade seed so many 9 darters against him. It's mad, isn't it? I mean, Lionel Messi is laughing at 1 hour a day. It's probably more than what you play yourself. 1 hour a day. I don't get much time. This is why Cristiano Ronaldo is overrated. I'm muting this conversation. Well, I'm just going to mute you because you're being an absolute cockwomble. So, see you later, lad. Let's just get you gone. So, Henderson down here to 40. Kantell at 3-3-3. Got a real chance here to get that second leg on the board and make it 2 legs apiece in this second set. Double 20 required. And he gets the double 20, so we're 2 legs apiece in this game. And John Henderson, who... hasn't been looking too strong in this game himself. He's in the lead as he currently stands. John Henderson averaging 87.43. Kantell only averaging 74.66. It's not been a great game to watch, but it certainly has been a bit of a battle on the hands of Henderson in this second set. Kantell doing very well with the low average that he's got. Kantell starts with a 140 here. Henderson responds with 100. So Henderson at 4-1, Kantell at 3-6-1. But he says, I'm from Hotbed of Darts, Stoke-on-Trent. Fucking hell, it is a hotbed of darts down there, isn't it? A lot of plays from Stoke-on-Trent. Do give me 2 seconds. This is the ASMR part of the show, where we refill the drinks. Oh my god, I've put way too much in there. Fuck me. I'm going to be absolutely... pissed by the end of this. But who cares? But yeah, hotbed of darts, that isn't it, Stoke-on-Trent. So Henderson here at 2-6-1. Kantell at 3-1-7. And he's still quite far behind in this game. In fact, his average keeps going down. He's now down at 73.53, Kantell. Henderson at 87.74. And if I am pissed by the end of this session, I do apologise. I did say the drinks would be flowing on the Friday night, just with how good the games were. Chris has put my highest averages in the 80s, which isn't bad, I suppose. The thing is, Chris, I'd say I'd play you in a game, but I'm nowhere near good enough to take you on. Because I've seen you on Twitter with your averages, when you play people online. I probably average about 40 or 50. I'm not a good player at all. In fact, I'm terrible if I'm being honest with you, but... each to their own, I guess, isn't it? Each to their own. Fucking hell. Neil just poured my gin all over the fucking table. That's when you know you've drunk too much. But he said White, Lewis, Taylor, Bristow lived here for years. It's a hotbed, isn't it? Stoke-on-Trent. Absolute hotbed. So Henderson here at 135. Kantell at 75. Very, very tight set, this one. And, well, Henderson needed the ball there. He's nowhere near. I think he's hit the 7. So Kantell's got a chance here at the 135. Sorry, at the 75. In his treble 17, double 12. But can Henderson put him under some pressure here? The answer is yes, he will. He's down to 44. So treble 17, double 12 needed here for the Finnish player to get a set on the board in a game where he's not been convincing at all. Gets a 2 and, well, he's going to have to change it up here and go for the treble 19. And gets a treble 7 and, well, he's not going to be able to check out here, which gives an opportunity for Henderson to go 2 sets up in this game. He's at 44. 12 and double 16 required for John Henderson. He could go 4 and tops, which he will go, so gets the 4. Now needs double 10. And doesn't get it, which means a chance here for Kantell to make it 1 set apiece in this game. Double 20 for a man who's averaging 72. Big chance here for the Finnish darts player. First dart just a little bit too high, but a good marker. And the second dart is in. Well, this game has been a little bit of a slog, if we're being honest with you. But Marco Kantell, who is averaging 73 as it currently stands, has somehow made it 1 set apiece. And I think John Henderson will be thinking to himself, how was he not off the stage a few minutes ago on a break, 2-0 up? I have no idea, but he's got some work to do here, Henderson, because he's not having a good game. And Kantell averaging a 70 makes it 1 set apiece. Back in a moment. This is a bit of a slog of a game, but an interesting one because he's 1 set apiece. John Henderson 1, Kantell 1. So that's the second set of this game done between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. And as I said, this is a little bit of a slog so far. Not the most enjoyable game to watch of the tournament so far. Really has been a bit of a slog. But Marco Kantell right now will be looking and thinking to himself, how am I still in this game? Because right now, in terms of the averages of both players, John Henderson is averaging 86.48, but Marco Kantell is only averaging 73.33, which is mad because he's one set apiece in this game. In terms of that second set, he only averaged 72.54, Kantell. Henderson averaged 86.34, but ultimately, the one thing that is costing Henderson here is his checkouts. 13.33% right now on his checkouts. That's 2 out of 15 for the Scot. He's been really, really poor on his checkouts, and that's ultimately what's costing him here because Kantell, who's only had 3 chances at checkouts, has got all 3 at 100%, and ultimately it's costing John Henderson here, which proves you don't have to play the best game to make it competitive. And, well, Henderson, he's got to think about it at the break and think, look, my checkouts have been shocking here. In fact, in the first set, he was 42.86. Not bad, but when you compare it to the second set, it looks so much better. And, well, Marco Kantell here, as I said, probably never expected to still be in this game. He would have thought he'd have been 2-0 down at this stage, but it's 1 apiece. And, of course, this might be an interesting game. Are we going to maybe go all the way in this game as well? We'll have to find out indeed. But if you're new to this channel, as always, and you've enjoyed the watch along so far, please do leave a like and a subscription. It is always very, very greatly appreciated indeed if you've enjoyed it. We've got more live PDC World Darts Championship watch-alongs to come. I'll be live again tomorrow from 6 o'clock. And we have another fantastic session. Oh my God, I didn't see how good the session was. Tomorrow night, we've got Andy Hamilton coming up against Nico Kurz. We've got Andy Bolton coming up against Dieter Hedman. We've got Damon Hetta coming up against Danny Baggish. And then Michael van Gerwen will be coming up in that game against Murray, I'm pretty sure, if my memory is correct. So another incredible night of action at the World Darts Championship. So I highly do recommend sticking about because Mighty Mike will be playing tomorrow night for the first time at the World Darts Championship. But as for now, it's not about Mighty Mike. It's about the Highlander, John Henderson, who was one set up in this game against Marco Kantell, but he's finding his poor finishing costing him right now, and it's one set apiece in this match. It's going to be a tricky one indeed, and it looks like this one's going to be a bit of a slog. Neither player averaging above 90 right now in this game. I will say a big thank you as well. We've had another 3 new subs on the channel. You can have the Gareth Bale heart on me. As always, thank you very much indeed. Vesper says, why this blah, blah, blah? If you want, I can sit in silence if you want me to. I mean, it'd make a very boring watch-along, but I can sit in silence indeed. So, cheers, Chris. Do me a favour there, indeed. You got there before I did, but I could sit in silence if you wanted me to. I could sit here and just stare at the screen. That is the whole point of a watch-along, if your brain could comprehend it. But we go back to this game. Henderson at 4-4-1. Kantell at 4-1-9 here. And as I said before, Henderson not clinical enough in this game, and really has cost himself so far with his finishing. As I said, in that second set, he was only 13.33% on his finishing. He had 15 chances at the checkout, and he only got 2 of them, which is really, really poor indeed. But can Kantell improve himself? Because as much as I'm complaining about John Henderson's performance, you've got to look at Kantell's too and say it's not been a great game for him either. But chance here for a 180 for Henderson, and finally we see a 180 on the board. That's the second one of the match there for John Henderson, second of the game. And that is a big 180 for the Scot, the Highlander, who is looking here to get the first leg on the board of this third set. Bernie's put 20 World Championships won by people from Stoke. Can you tell me who they were? Well, obviously you've got Taylor, you've got Lewis, you've got Bristow. Just trying to think of any of the players off the top of my head. White hasn't won one, has he? Ian White's not won one. He might add, well, depending on his performance at the World Darts Championship, he might add one this year, but there's 3 players I can name straight up here as Henderson gets a double 20 and takes the first leg of this third set on the board. Good start here for John Henderson, who, as I said, looks to try and improve on his checkouts there, and that's already an improvement on the shocking checkouts he had in that second set just a moment ago. And I do apologise if I'm being quite harsh to people coming in making stupid comments. It's not the drink. I do apologise. I shouldn't be saying stuff live on stream. Very naughty of me. But Kantell, averaging 75.17 here. Henderson just slightly moving towards the 90s now on 89.20. Bernie's put Ted Hankey, of course. Of course, how can I not think of Ted Hankey? Another one of the big players as well. Good old Ted Hankey back in the day. I forget him indeed. But Danny's put good commentary. Thank you very much, Danny. You're an absolute legend. One of the regulars on the channel for the darts so far. Thank you very much. At least you understand why I talk on the streamer like Vesper. Donkey. 2-6-1 here for Henderson. Kantell down to 2-2-7. And Henderson finally averaging above 90 in this game. For the first time, I believe, in the match. He gets a 140 here to put himself down to 1-2-1. Kantell is going to have to put some pressure on him here with at least 100 or a 140 himself. Gets a 20, Kantell. Gets a treble 5, and well, that's not what the Finnish player wanted. He's going to have to try and get a treble here. And when he's taking his time and just composing himself, he gets himself, I think, a 4 there. And he only gets himself down to 1-8-8. Bit poor there from Kantell. And it's pretty much the story of the match. But Henderson on here for a 1-2-1 finish. He's not going to be able to get it there, unfortunately, for him. So he will be coming back. But with Kantell on a 1-8-8, he's going to get at least 3 darts. at that 40. Chris, but if people don't like you talking, then watch the darts on your TV on mute. And if people don't like your channel, then don't watch it. Simple. It's a very fair point indeed, Chris. You do get idiots out there, though. And then Benny's put, Hanky got 2. Lewis got 2 as Henderson gets his second leg on the board from a tops finish. And now he's looking much more comfortable in this game with his finishing and his average. Taylor with 16 and Bristow with 5. It's mad, isn't it? 16 World Darts Championships. 16. Crazy, innit? Crazy. 16. It's mad when you think about how many Phil Taylor won. Absolutely bonkers. Chance here, though, for a 180 for Kantell. He gets a treble 20, gets a 20 and a 19, which puts himself down at 4 or 2 after his first 3 darts. Henderson only got 4-4-3 after his first 3 and gets only 60 again this time. I thought you meant exactly 20, Bernie. Didn't know you meant more than that, would have said Hanky. Yeah, I forgot about Ted Hanky. I'm not going to lie. Can't believe I forgot about him. One of the better players, of course. How can I forget Ted Hanky? Mad. Absolutely mad indeed. But Henderson on course here to potentially get himself the 3rd leg on the board and go 2-1 up on sets. Of course, we've got no more breaks now in play, so we're going all the way through in this match. Interesting here, only 41 for John Henderson. And you can see the frustration on the Highlander as this game continues to get on. He just wants this game done and dusted, to be honest. Kantell, who's had a pretty poor game himself, is somehow giving Henderson a scrap. And fair play to him, because I think Kantell himself will be looking and thinking, how am I still in this game? But Henderson here, with a treble 20 and a 20, and another treble 20, which puts him down to 202. Kantell on a 208 here. Gets a 20. Will look to try and get a 140 himself. He gets that treble 20. And well, commentator being spot on there. He does get that 140, which means he's down to 68. He's going to get at least 3 darts at the 68. And you'd assume, as Henderson only gets 58 on the board, that he'll probably have at least 6 darts at the 68 here. So treble 20, double 4 required. Gets the 20. Gets 16, which now means he needs double 16. And he gets the double 16 for a break of throw and to make it 2-1 on legs. Interesting 3rd set. This is on the board. And Henderson is finding himself in a real scrap. And Kantell's average, I will give him credit here, has certainly improved a little bit as this game has continued on. Only down at 79.38, which isn't necessarily a good average, of course, for a game like this. But with Henderson's finishing being fairly poor, it's allowed Kantell every opportunity to be able to get back into this match. And you can see with Henderson's body language that the frustration has certainly begun to build for him as well. 420 after the first 3 darts for John Henderson. And Kantell looking a little bit more positive as this game continues to build on. It's a very, very nervous match indeed. Danny's put what's everyone's average in the chat as we have a chance for a 180 from Henderson. He only gets a 140 to leave himself 280. I'm saying it only, but it's a good one, isn't it? I'd probably say, Danny, my average is about 20. 20 tops. Nah, I'd probably average about 40. Which, yeah, as I said, I'm not a good darts player at all. Really, really poor at it. I'm slowly learning, but there's a chance here of a 180 for John Henderson. Gets 2 treble 20s, and then a treble 1. So he's down to 157 here with Kantell at 199. Chris averaging 85.58. That's a mad average, Chris. Well, I'll tell you what right now, Chris. You could give Kantell a game because he's averaging 79.7. You could give him a game here, Chris. Could give him a game indeed. How often do you tend to play, Chris, as well? Do you tend to play every day? Because it's one of those where I do tend to see on your Twitter a lot you playing against people. And as I said, I would say I'd play a game against you, but you would batter me. 1 or 2 chance here for Kantell. Needs double 16 for a 1 or 2 finish. And he just can't get it there, Kantell. And that was a real opportunity in the match to be able to get it to 2 legs apiece in this third set. And now a chance here for John Henderson at 60. Has a 1 dart, double 20. And doesn't get it. And John Henderson is making it impossible for himself right now to be able to finish in this game. His finishing's been awful. And Kantell here on double 16, a chance to take it to a deciding leg in this third set. First dart is a good marker for the double 16. Second dart is a good marker at the double 16. And the third dart hits 16, which means Henderson has a real chance to take the second set of the game with tops. Can he get it? His finishing's been shocking tonight, but he finishes the tops well. And that is a real massive dart for John Henderson in this game. He's now 2 sets up against Marco Kantell. And if I'm being honest with you, this has been an awful game to watch. This has been a really poor game. Both players not really playing well, and he's averaging just under 90, Henderson, which isn't necessarily a bad average, but just poor finishing across the board from both players is making this a real, not depressing match to watch, but really frustrating for both players. You can see the frustration in John Henderson, who you can see the anger in his face, the frustration. He's trying to build himself up as this game continues on. Kantell himself looking frustrated as he's on here for a 180, which he will get. So that's the third one of the match. And the first 180 for Marco Kantell in this game as he gets himself down to 200 after 6 darts on the board. Henderson replies with a 140 to go down to 301. Can Kantell go one better here? Gets himself a 20. Then a treble. Really needs another one, which he won't get. But 100 will be enough with Henderson at 301. He probably will get at least 6 darts here at the 100. Chris has put, I played every day since I started secondary school, which is in 2010. Fucking hell, that's mad. 10 years of playing darts is incredible indeed. I've wanted a darts kind of dartboard and dart set for ages, but just never had a chance to be able to get it. So now I've had a chance. I've been playing darts non-stop and just enjoying it so much. Chris Watt, I got loads of sets of darts of Taylor, Van Barneveld, Van Gerwen, Adrian Lewis, Chisnell, Peter Wright. Awesome, man. I do need to get some proper darts myself, but Kantell here on double 20 to get a leg on the board here in this 4th set. Now needs double 10. Now needs double 5. Third time lucky. Well, I don't know where he was going there, but he's bust his 40. Which is probably a tactical decision there, with Henderson being at 197. And, well, Henderson here hitting a treble 5 and a 5. It pretty much sums up his game so far. He's having a real stinker, Henderson. And he's just going to step back for a second because he needs to get a treble 20 here, which he doesn't. And he's only down to 157. So 40 here for Kantell to check out on tops. He's going to get 3 darts at it, and you'd assume he'd probably have 6 darts at it. With Henderson back at 157. 2 good markers. And he doesn't hit the double 20. And, well, this is turning out to be a real stinker of a game right now. Henderson here at a 157. This would be shithouse darts from John Henderson if he could check it out. He needs a treble 20. Which he's not going to get because he hits a treble 5. Which means there's no check out on the board. And, oh my God, this is incredibly frustrating for both players as Kantell will have another chance at the 40. So tops here for Kantell. He's missed it 3 times already. Big chance for him here, which he gets. And finally, Kantell, who's made it hard work for himself, gets a leg on the board in this 4th set. And pretty much that really shows how poor this game has been so far. Chris has put, I played someone online recently. He quoted straight away after I scored 100 with my... Oh, quitted after you got 100 with his first 3 darts. Jesus Christ. That's mad. I've got a nice setup for Americans, says Danny Mac. Only darts I have are the RD Amberjacks and the DC Callan M2. I've just got some Mark Webster darts. They're not great, I'm not going to lie, but I'm going to get some over Christmas. I think I'm going to get some Gary Anderson darts. Some proper ones as well. And then Danny's asked, what do you play? And I'll play with you. I tell you what, as I said, Chris, if I played you, I'd lose awfully. But do send me the link, by the way, on Twitter, Chris, to the place that you use for darts. because I wouldn't mind trying it myself. I probably lose every game, but I wouldn't mind taking on a few people online. Type Knacker Darts on Google, that's what I play on. I'll have a look at that after the stream, because I wouldn't mind trying to see if I could play someone at my similar level. And we'd probably be sat there for about 5 hours trying to check out on a double 20. But Henderson's on here for a 180. And he gets it indeed. That's Henderson's third 180 of the match. 4 for the game. And he's down to 178 here. Kantell at 280. And that's come at the perfect time, as the pressure begins to build here on John Henderson, who's been really poor on his finishing tonight. Henderson here, though, gets 220s. Going to go for the treble, which he doesn't get. Gets 58. So Henderson down to 120 here. He's going to have at least 3 darts at that 120. Can Kantell put any pressure on him? He gets a 5. Gets a treble 20. And gets a treble 19. So Kantell down to 64 here. Henderson going to have to try and check out this 120. Gets the 20. Gets the treble 20. Needs the double 20 here. Oh, just can't get it. And he's got himself down to 20 here. But Kantell at 62 has a good chance to go 2 legs up in a game where he's only averaging 80.03. Gets the 6. Going to go for the doubles. Goes for tops, actually. And he gets tops. And that's 2 legs on the board for Marco Kantell in this 4th set. And this is a real slog right now for John Henderson, who has made it a real impossible task with his finishing right now. In fact, to give you a rough kind of telling of his average right now, he was good on his checkouts. He got 75% of his checkouts there, Henderson. But Kantell, who averaged 90.90 in that 3rd set, has really kept himself in the game. And you have to give him credit, because that's the best average he's had so far of the match. And as it currently stands, Kantell's average is up to 80.34. Henderson at 88.03. It's getting better as the game goes on. A fair play to Kantell here, because this game could have quite easily been done 10 or 15 minutes ago. Chris, thanks for sending the link, by the way, Chris. And Danny Mack asking for a game against Chris here. Oh, interesting. If you do have a game, very best of luck, guys. Hopefully you have a good match against each other. But maybe one day, Chris, I'll be able to play you. Give me about 10 years to become as good as you, and maybe when I've hit 30, I will maybe be as good as you. But then again, you'll have had an extra 10 years to practice, so you'll probably be better than me anyway. But Kantell here at 256. John Henderson at 381. He's on for a 180 though. Can the Highlander get a 180? Of course he can. That's the 4th 180 of the match for Kirk Bevins. And for Kirk Bevins, sorry, for John Henderson. That's the match referee. I guess you could say that's the 4th 180 for Kirk Bevins to shout out there. But it's the 4th one for John Henderson, the 5th of the match in terms of 180s. And he's on for another 180 here. He'll go for the treble 19 instead. He gets 177. Henderson, he's improving here. So Kantell 173, which means Henderson will have at least 3 darts at the double 12 to get himself a leg back on the board. Can the Highlander do it? His finishing has been shocking today. So double 12 needed from Henderson, which he gets first time. And that's a leg on the board. It's 2-1 still to Kantell in this 4th set. Of course, Henderson's still leading, but he's 2 potential legs away from going through to the next round. But Kantell desperately needs to get this next leg on the board, or it's going to be interesting to see what happens if we go to a last leg decider for this 4th set. Very best of luck for the both of you, Danny Mack and Chris, with the game. Hope it goes well for you. Be interested to see how you guys do. Tell me who wins that match. But Kantell is on here for a 180. Gets 2 treble 20s and a 5 to get himself down to 376 after 3 darts. Good start from Kantell. I think this is going to a last leg. I think it's going to a last set decider as well, if I'm being honest with you. I really do. I think the way that Kantell has been able to slog out this match, which is incredibly impressive, I feel like he'll take him to a last set here. While John Henderson struggling big time in this game, but Kantell after getting a 1 getting himself down to 3-7-6. He's now down to 3-2-1 after 6 starts. So there's a chance here for Henderson to just maybe start creeping away with this set. He can only get 60 to put himself down to 2-5-6. Can Kantell get himself a 180? Gets himself a treble 20. Then gets a 20. Another treble will do here for Kantell, which he doesn't get, but he's down to 2-2-2. And John Henderson, bit nervy right now on the stage, gets 2 treble 20s. Not another 180, John. Oh yes, another 180 for John Henderson, the Highlander. He's bringing a high amount of 180s in this match. That's 6 in the game and 5 for John Henderson in the match. He might be getting the 180s, but he needs to continue on with his finishing, because there's a chance here for Henderson to make it 2 legs apiece. To check out the 76. Gets the treble 20. Now needs the double 8 for a 76 checkout. And that's better from John Henderson. He takes it to a last leg decider in this 4th set. And he's potentially 1 leg away from going through to the next round of the World Darts Championship, with the winner coming up against Johnny Clayton in the 2nd round. But Kantell, you have to give him credit. He's been soldiering on in this game, and ultimately right now could still potentially be 1 leg away from taking this to a last set decider. Kantell starts off with 100, down at 401. Only 35 from Henderson, which means he's down at 456, sorry, 55, that is, not 35. Can Kantell respond? Gets a treble 20. Gets a treble 5 and a 20, so Kantell down at 306 here. He's going to have to step it up, Henderson. Needs at least a 140. Gets 2 treble 20s and a 20 to make that 140. So he's down here to 316. And that is a good little bit of pressure there on Kantell. And I don't know if anybody's World Darts Championship stream is currently glitching, but I don't know what's happening here. I don't know whether it's my Now TV or whether the cameras are just bugging up very slightly. But Kantell at 170 here. John Henderson gets himself 100 to be at 216. So he's going to get at least potentially 6 starts here at the 170 to take us to a deciding set. Gets the treble 20. Oh, he needed another one there for a big fish. We're still waiting for a big fish in this World Darts Championship, but he is down to 72, and he'll have at least another 3 darts at that 72. So Henderson here at 216. Needs to get himself a treble 20 on the board here after getting 2 20s, which he doesn't. So he's down at 156. Kantell at 72. Needs treble 20 double 6. Gets a 1. Needs a treble 13 here, Kantell. He's gone for the 12 instead. So he's going to set himself up, relying on the fact that Henderson won't check out this 156. So Kantell leaves 40. Henderson at 156. He's not going to be able to check it out in the end, which means a chance here for Kantell at the 40. I think the scoreboard's just buggered for here for a second for those that are watching on Sky Sports. So tops required for Marco Kantell. Sky Sports just having a few issues here. So tops for the set. First dart leaves a good marker for Kantell. Second dart is another good marker for Kantell. Really needs to get it in here. And he doesn't. A really poor dart there from Kantell, and he hits a 5, I think. He leaves himself with 35, and Henderson here on 111. Gets the treble 20. Gets 11, which means he needs double 20, and it was a big chance there at the 106. And Kantell down at 35 here has a chance to check out. Henderson at 40. There's a good opportunity here for Kantell to potentially take this to a last set decider. Gets double 3, which means he needs double 16. And he gets the double 16 to take us to a last set decider in this game. It's 2 sets apiece. And Kantell, who's been grinding on for the majority of this game, takes us to a deciding set. 2 sets apiece in this match. And John Henderson has got some real pressure on himself right now to try and go through to the next round. Danny says I've been playing the CPU on Go Darts Pro. What's is that what you were talking about yesterday with Go Darts Pro? Playing the CPU? You might have to put a link in the chat as well for that, Danny Matt. In fact, I'm going to put a note of that down and have a look at that after the stream. Let me have a check of that. So it's Go Darts Pro. But chance here for John Henderson to get another 180 on the board. And of course, the 180 machine rolls on. That's another 180 match. That's the 7th of the game. The 6th for John Henderson. And he's down to 2-2-1, sorry, in the game. Rick is in the chat once again. He says, hey man, from the Dutch. Good to see you once again, Rick. I hope you're good as always, buddy. Go Darts Pro. I've saved the name of that. I'm checking that out after the stream, but good to see you again, Rick. Hope you're all good as always, buddy. Nice to see you in the stream. And if you've enjoyed the watch along so far, don't forget to leave a like and a subscription as always. It is very, very greatly appreciated indeed for those of you that are joining tonight. As it currently stands, it's 2 sets apiece between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. Henderson currently at 176, Kantell at 265. Henderson not been good with his finishing tonight. In fact, in that 4th set, he was averaging 90.12. Kantell averaging 83.15. But ultimately, Kantell looking really good in his finishing. Henderson looking poor. And that's the difference in this game so far. So Henderson here at 36. Double 18. He's going to get at least 3 darts at the double 18. Now needs double 9. And gets the double 9. Which means the first leg of this deciding set goes to John Henderson. 1-0 to the Highlander. And it's been a back and forth match between these two players. Not the most enjoyable game to watch in terms of the quality of the two opponents. It's been a real slog for Henderson, and Kantell, who probably thought he was going to be off stage about 20 minutes ago, is still on stage and potentially a few legs away from a victory. But he's going to have some work to do here, because he is, of course, 1 leg down to Henderson in this 5th set. 100 on the board for Henderson after his first 3 darts there in this 2nd leg of the 5th set. Kantell only down to 3-1-7 here. Going to be nervous indeed on that stage. Neither player is going to want to give either player an opportunity to get back into the match, which is completely understandable in a game that is incredibly tense and both players not really doing too good on stage. For those that are wondering the averages right now, John Henderson averaging 90.94. Kantell averaging only 80.84. If this was any other game, then Kantell would have well and truly been out of this a long time ago. But Henderson's finishing and checkouts have been so low that it's allowed Kantell every opportunity to stay well and truly in this game. So Kantell here at 2-1-7. Henderson at 2-1. Kantell is going to get 1-2-5 here and put himself down at 92. Henderson at 2-1. He's going to have to respond himself. Gets 2 20s on the board. Needs a treble. And he's not going to get the treble. So Kantell here at 92. Henderson at 1-4-1. Treble 20, double 16 required for Kantell. He gets a 20. Gets another 20. Which means he won't be able to check out. And Henderson with an opportunity to check out the 1-4-1. Gets a 20, which means he's not going to be able to check out either at this stage of the game. So another chance here for Kantell to make it 1 leg apiece on double 16. He's been good with his checkouts tonight, Kantell. Can he continue that form on this final set? The nerves building up in this match. Now needs double 8. And gets the double 8 to make it 1 leg apiece in this 5th set. And as much as John Henderson wanted to be off stage about 20 minutes ago, he just cannot shake off Marco Kantell right now. It makes it 1 leg apiece, 2 sets apiece. And I really do feel like this could go to a last leg decider with the way that these two guys are playing right now. It's not an enjoyable 2 set apiece game, I'll tell you that for sure. So Henderson starting off here with a 60. Kantell also starting with a 60. Henderson gets a treble 20-20 and another treble 20. So the Highlander down to 301 here. Kantell is going to have to try and reply with a 140 of his own and match Henderson. He's going to get 20, a 1, and another 20. So only 41 there, which gives a real advantage to John Henderson to sweep forward in this set. And he is indeed, because he's got himself 2 treble 20s. He's on for a 180 here, and he gets a 140 to put himself down to 161. Kantell at 400, so he's going to have at least 6 darts here at the 161 and put himself potentially 1 leg away from going through to a round 2 clash against Johnny Clayton. It's a very, very close game indeed. So 161 checkout. Gets the treble 20. Gets the 20 and the 19. So Henderson down to 62 here. Kantell all the way back at 303. He's going to have to at least get a 140, which he's not going to be able to because he gets a 7 and a treble 1. And there's at least probably 9 darts here for Henderson at the 62. Gets a treble 10, so double 16 needed. First dart just misses. And second dart misses. So he's going to get at least another 3 darts at the double 16. Kantell at 273. And you'll probably get another 6 darts here. Because Kantell started off with a 19 and a 20. And no pressure at all there. And Henderson has another 3 darts at the double 16. And he gets it in the end. And well, he could have had 6 darts there at the double 16. And he finally gets it in the end. And now Henderson, after a real slog of a match, is 1 leg away from going through to the second round. Kantell with all the work to do now. In terms of the averages, John Henderson at 91.4. Kantell just dropping back down to 79.45. Somehow, he stayed in this game and done very, very well indeed. With a 79.45 average, it's mad. But Henderson here with a 140 to start this potential final leg. Chance for a 180 for Kantell, and what a response that is. It's another 180 in the match, and what a response for the 8th 180 of the match. Second for Kantell, and well, there's a chance here for Henderson to reply. And he does with a 140. So Henderson down here to 221. Kantell at 276. And well, he got himself a 180 there. And he starts off with a 120, but makes up for it. Apologies for the yawn there. With a treble 20. What can Henderson do here? Currently at 221. Gets himself 100, so Henderson down here to 121. Kantell at 195. He's going to get at least 3 darts here at the 121. You'd assume probably 6 darts at the 121 here. Which in fact he will get because Kantell only down to 130. So he can set himself up here, Henderson. Treble 20, treble 11, double 14 needed. He gets the treble 20. Gets an 11. Bullseye needed. And doesn't get the bullseye. And 15, which means he is down here to 35. He'll have at least another 3 darts at the 35. But only 2 at the double. So Kantell here at 130. What a checkout this would be. If he could get it. Which he won't be able to. As he only hits 220s. So 3 and double 16 required here for John Henderson to win the match. Going to start with an 11, which means he'll go double 12 for the match. Now needs double 6 to win the game. And he doesn't get it. Which means there's a chance here for Kantell to take this to a last leg decider. He needs treble 20, double 6 for the 72 to take us all the way in this game. Gets the 20. Gets another. So 1 dart at the double 16 to make this 2 legs apiece in the game. Big opportunity for Kantell. Oh, and he just doesn't get it. Which means now, surely, Henderson on a double 6 will win the game to come up against Johnny Clayton in round 2. It's been a real slog of a match. But double 6 needed for John Henderson. And he gets the double 6. What a slog of a game it was for both players. They both battled really, really well in the game. But ultimately, in the end, it's John Henderson who comes out on top. And it wasn't the most convincing performance in the world from either players. But Kantell, who only averaged 79.69, he fought on for the majority of the game. He fought very well indeed, but just couldn't make it to the finish line. And John Henderson goes through to the next round of the World Darts Championship with a 3-2 victory. We'll be talking about that game in a moment. Be back in a second. It's John Humphries, not John Humphries, John Henderson. John Humphries, what the fuck am I talking about? I've just seen Luke Humphries on the screen, that's why. John Henderson 3, Marco Kantell 2. So that's the game done between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. Henderson coming out as a 3-2 victor in that match against Marco Kantell there. And it was quite clear to see that this one was just a massive, massive slog in the end for both players. Not the most convincing game in the world from John Henderson there. It looked really poor with his checkouts at points. But ultimately, in the end, he comes out of this game as a 3-2 victor, and it's a very, very good result indeed for John Henderson tonight. As for Marco Kantell, not the most enjoyable match for him to play off in. Didn't really do well in the game in terms of his average, but somehow kept John Henderson at bay for a large part of the match, and it does prove that you can still play with a relatively low average, but if you're good at checkouts and the player isn't doing well, then you can still win the game. We'll talk about the averages in a second, because there was 880s in this match, 6 for John Henderson and 2 for Marco Kantell. But ultimately, in the end there, 91.09 average for John Henderson, only 79.69 there for Marco Kantell. So not the best game for the Finnish player in terms of his average. But realistically in the game, in terms of checkouts, Kantell's actual checkouts were worse than John Henderson. John Henderson getting 32.5% of his checkouts, and Marco Kantell getting 30.77. Now, Henderson had 40 opportunities at checkouts. He only got 13. Kantell with 26, he only got 8. So you can quite clearly see how poor John Henderson was playing in terms of his checkouts. In terms of the highest checkout of the game, we didn't see a ton plus finish. John Henderson with a 76 checkout and Kantell with a 70. So it just proves the standard of this game was pretty low indeed. Yeah, it wasn't the most enjoyable match to watch in the world. I mean, you've only got to look at that second leg, which I talked about earlier, where Henderson, got 13.33% of his checkouts. It was really, really poor indeed. But either way, he's got a good game to come up against Johnny Clayton in the next round of the competition, which should be a good match to watch. And it's a real good opportunity now for Henderson to have a few days break, to revitalise himself, go back on the dartboard, start practising, enjoy his Christmas, and ultimately he would hope to come out with a much better performance against Johnny Clayton, because even with a 91 average, it wasn't the most enjoyable game to watch for the neutral. But he's through to the next round. Kantell can take a little bit of credit for himself there. It wasn't a great performance for him, but he knows at the end of the day he could have still technically have gone through to the next round of the World Darts Championship. But he goes home empty-handed, and as we said yesterday, if it was bullseye, he'd be going home with the bus fare home. But let's move on to the next game now. I'm going to take that one off the screen, and we're going to move to... it's the pick of the bunch, isn't it? It really is the pick of the bunch. It's the round 1 fixture that we've all been waiting for. Get yourselves excited, because Luke Humphries is taking on the Singapore Slinger. It's not John Lim. What the fuck am I talking about? I've still got bloody drum head. Paul Lim, of course, is coming up against the Singapore Slinger. Luke Humphries ranked 34th in the world, just outside that top 32 bracket, of course, to be able to get a bye into round 2. But Paul Lim, the Singapore Slinger, last year made it into round 2, of course, faced off against Gary Anderson, and we nearly saw a 9-darter in that game. which was going to be an iconic moment, of course. Got a 9-darter all the way back in the 90s. But he's back once again at the World Darts Championship. I believe, if I'm correct, somebody can tell me in the chat if I'm wrong, this is his 25th World Darts Championship that he's participated in. And as we always say, how could anyone not love Paul Lim? He's a bloody good player to watch on his day. And he comes up against another bloody good player in Luke Humphries himself, as I said, 34th ranked in the world. A fantastic player to watch in his day. And in terms of how these guys have been playing over the last few kind of weeks and months, Paul Lim we haven't really seen since last year's World Darts Championship. And the last time he was in the World Darts Championship, of course, he came up against Gary Anderson. That was in 2017 and lost. In the last one he faced, my apologies, he came up against Luke Woodhouse and lost 3-0, which is a real shame for him indeed. But he's back once again, coming up against another Luke this time in Luke Humphries, who's been on a little bit of a slog himself. He was playing in the home tour last week, in fact. Got a big 4-3 win against Michael Smith. Then lost 4-2 to Andy Bolton. Then lost 4-1 to Chris Dobie. Made up for that with a good 4-2 win over Christoph Ratajski, which is certainly not a bad result at all. And then lost 4-0 to Damon Hayter. So, Damon Hetter, of course. Ultimately, not coming into this game realistically on the very best of form, but that was the home tour, of course, he was playing off in. So Luke Humphries and Paul Lim is coming up in a moment. They're not on stage yet, Daz. It will be a few minutes. And I think, as I said, this will be the game that Russ Bray is the match referee. So we should find out in a second to see if he is the match referee. But what a game this is going to be. I think it was the one game where if you watched the draw a few weeks ago, you looked and you went, yes, that is the pick of the bunch in round one. It'll be a fantastic match to watch with the players coming out in just a moment's time. But it does give me another opportunity to say, if you are new to the stream and you have enjoyed tonight's World Darts Championship watch along, then don't forget to leave a like and a subscription on the channel as always. It is very, very greatly appreciated. I've just seen we've got 4 more new subscribers, so the Gareth Bale heart is on me. We are 14 subs away from 1,400. I said I wanted to get 1,400 before the end of the year. You guys look like you're about to smash that. So big thank you to all of you who, of course, have left a sub and a like on the channel as always. We don't just do darting content on the channel. Of course, right now it is all about the darts. So we've got a few more weeks, of course, of the World Darts Championship left. So if you're into your darts, then we've got plenty more of that stuff to come. But we have a wrestling podcast on a Tuesday. That's Wrestling Corner with Rowan and Simon. We do live football watch-alongs of the Premier League and other European leagues. And we've also got coming next year, early on in 2021, live NFL watch-alongs for the playoffs with the likes of Will and Kieran, of course, covering those games indeed. So keep your eyes out for that. But Daz, I've just seen Russ Bray is the match referee official, whatever you want to call him, for this game, as the cheerleaders and the Master of Champions, of course, what a name that is, by the way, comes out onto the oche. So we will be underway with this game in a minute, but do put your score predictions in the chat for this game. I'm going to say that I think, to be honest, Humphries wins this. But I want it to be a 3-2 thriller, if I'm being honest with you. We want this game to go all the way. We want to see the Singapore Slinger do well. And of course, he's a big PDC favourite. He's a very big PDC favourite, of course. But I just want to say as well, before the players do come out onto the oche, a very big thank you to all of you that have turned up in your numbers for these live darts watch-alongs. You smashed the kind of the viewing record yesterday for the most views that I've had in a stream for a darts watch along so far. You've smashed it tonight. In fact, you've obliterated it. You obliterated it within the first kind of hour of being live on stream. So a big thank you once again for all of you that have stayed here tonight. Really, really greatly appreciated. And I can confirm now that there will be more live darts watch-alongs to come next year for the likes of the Grand Slam, the Grand Prix, of course, the Premier League of Darts as well. We will have more live darts watch-alongs to come. So stick around on the channel, because this isn't the only time that we're going to be doing the World Darts Championship. And I'm not going to lie, with the way that this has become, it's probably become a regular route, like yearly routine to cover the World Darts Championship live on the channel. So big thank you to you all once again. It's really greatly appreciated. Have a Gareth Bale heart on me. But John McDonald is on the stage, and this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Paul Lim is standing on the hockey to do his walk-on, and he's here. Oh, God, it's lovely to see Paul Lim, the Singapore slinger. We fucking love him. Here we go. This is the game we've been waiting for. He's already practicing his throw with the walk-on life in the background. Here we go. Put your predictions in the chat for this game. We love Paul Lim. Oh, he's singing the song as well. Isn't it great to see? God bless him, man. He's the one positive of the World Darts Championship. The regular he is at the Ali Pally every year. And honestly, man, I think one of the best moments a couple of years ago was that potential 9-darter against Gary Anderson. Unbelievable moment that was. It was like nearly 21 years to that day, I think, where he nearly got the 9-dart. Well, he got the original 9-darter, of course. I can't fucking talk tonight, honestly. But Luke Humphries proves the point. I can't talk tonight. Luke Humphries is out on stage as well, and I think he knows that this is not going to be an easy game to play. Paul Lim a favourite, and no doubt if there'd have been fans there tonight, it wouldn't have been under the pressure a little bit with all those fans there. But what a game this is. Pick of the bunch of round one. Paul Lim taking on Luke Humphries. What a game this is going to be. A real thriller indeed. There's one part of me that genuinely thinks here we could see a 9-darter opportunity from Paul Lim. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a Paul Lim 9-dart opportunity. Which would be a real shame with no fans there. But in terms of Luke Humphries, made the quarterfinal 2 times in a row. Not 2 times in a row, 2 times. He's 80-1 to win the competition. And he's only 25 as well, ranked 34th in the world. Of course, a fantastic player on his day. Just coming into this competition a little bit out of form, but Paul Lim, of course, made the last 16 in 2002. He's 1,000-1 to win the competition at the age of 66. We fucking love him. He's a great player, Paul Lim. And without further ado, he practices throw as he always does, the legend. I'm not going to be biased in this game, but if Paul Lim does win, then there will be celebrations. But we're underway here in a moment in this game between Luke Humphries and Paul Lim. Sit yourself down, get the popcorn, get the coffee, the tea, get the alcohol, whatever you're drinking or eating, and sit back and relax, because we are in here for a round one thriller. Fingers crossed it can be better than the Henderson Kantell. Because we've already had 2 games today. Finish 3-2. Dirk van Duijvenbode was 2 sets down to Bradley Brooks and came back to win the game. Fantastic game that was. And then it was followed by another game that finished 3-2. Of course, a moment ago, John Henderson in a real scrap against Marco Kantell, who only averaged 79 in that match, but scrapped all the way in that game to take on John Henderson and lost in the end 3-2. But we're in now for a thriller of a game between Luke Humphries and Paul Lim. Darting royalty is on the stage right now, and it'll be interesting to see who wins this game. But Paul Lim here, on for a 180, first one of the night potentially, and he gets to 140 to leave himself down at 2-2-1. Humphries here at 3-0-1 with Russ Bray as the match official for this game, if you're wondering who that match official was, Daz. Chris won 3 legs to nothing. Good game, Chris. Sorry for hitting 180 against you. Oh my lord, 180s, Jesus. And then the man with no name is put, I would have smashed Chris in 27 darts. Take him on in a game, the man with no name. Take him on in a game. And then I did see, of course, Danny Mack saying Adrian Lewis is my favourite player as well. I do like Adrian Lewis. Good player in his day, but of course lost a little bit of the form that he used to have. So good start to this match for Paul Lim. Down to 81 here after 9 darts, but Luke Humphries responds, and he's down at 116 himself. So treble 19, double 12 required here from the Singapore slinger to take the first leg of this first set of the match. He gets a treble free, not what he wanted. Means he can go for... he could have had a chance at their treble 8. He went for the treble... I think he went for the treble 8 there. He could have gone for the treble 20. Don't know what he was thinking there. Which means Humphries will come back at the 116. With Lim down at 16. So treble 20, 16, double 20 required here. Humphries not going to be able to check out after hitting a 1. Which means Lim will be back for the double 8 here to take the first leg of the match. Denmark says I got a 140 before, but not a 180 yet. We'll have to play each other at some point, Danny, because I've never hit a 180 myself, so it'll be a good test for each other. But double 8 required here for Lim. Now needs double 4 for the first leg of the game. Now needs double 2. Is it third time lucky for Paul Lim? And the slinger just can't hit the double 2, and you can see the frustration there from Paul Lim as there's a chance here for Humphries to steal the leg. Now needs double 6 for a 75 checkout, which he gets. And the first leg goes to Luke Humphries in this game, and Paul Lim will be frustrated with himself there. He was down at 16 pretty much and couldn't check out. And Paul Lim will be certainly frustrated with himself there. And the Singapore slinger starts off with 5 here in the second leg, but makes up for it with 2 double 20s. And that's mad indeed. I've just heard that Luke Humphries was only 5 months old, I believe, when Paul Lim was playing. In fact, no, Humphries wasn't even born, which is mad. Just proves how long Paul Lim's been playing for. A real legend of the game, of course. But he's not having a good start here. It's another 5 on the board for the Singapore slinger. Then gets a 20. Needs a treble here, which he won't get. Well, actually, he will get a treble 5, but it's not what he wanted in the end there. As for Humphries, he's got a little bit of an opportunity here to just push away in this game, which he won't. He only gets himself down to 3-4-4. What can Paul Lim do here? No player really in this second leg so far taking a foothold and steering away from the opponent. Paul Lim here with 220s really needs a treble, which he won't get, and only gets 45. So really slow start here for Paul Lim. Not what you would expect from the experienced player, but the youth of Luke Humphries isn't doing as good as well, because he only got 40 there to leave himself 304. So a real scrap in this second leg between Humphries and Lim. And you can see the throwing style of Lim just takes a little bit of time with his darts. Humphries much quicker when it comes to throwing his darts on the hockey. And Lim down here at 194. Humphries only responding with a 58 to put himself down at 246. Danny's put in the chat, Adrian Lewis trips me out with the way he opens his mouth like he's going to eat the dart when he throws. Very similar to, if you watched the morning session earlier on, Kieran Tier does a very similar thing where his mouth is open quite a lot when he chucks his dart, which I guess, of course, they won't realise most of the time when they're doing it, but Paul Lim here on a 54. Humphries replies with a 140 to leave himself down at 106. So a good chance here for Lim to get the first leg on the board with a 54 checkout. Needs 14 double 20. Gets the 14. Needs tops to make it 1 leg apiece in the first set. And he gets it on the board. And that is exactly what Paul Lim needed in the game. 1 leg apiece. 1 set, of course. Sorry, not 1 set apiece. 1 leg apiece, as I said before. As they try to push for the first set of the game. I should stop drinking gin on stream. Chris, but I was worried in that last leg, Danny. You were left on 60. Luckily, I hit double in my last start. Sounds like you had a good game, though, either way. I know, obviously, you lost 3-0 there, Danny, but sounds like at least you had a little match to play against each other. And it's nice to see, of course, you guys in the stream connecting up with each other and playing against each other as well, which is always fun. As I said, we'll definitely have to play each other at some point, Danny. Be good to play against each other, because I'm really shit at darts, so you'd probably beat me. You'd probably beat me. Then I mean, at least on the night, it'd be 1 win and 1 loss for you. Makes up for that 1 loss against Chris. But 140 here for Lim. Puts him down at 227. Humphries is going to respond, though, with 125 and put himself down at 192. Much better here in this third leg than it was in the second a moment ago. It's just nice to see Paul Lim up on the stage. I don't obviously think it'll be much long before Lim retires. Give it maybe, a few more years, but it's always nice to see him on the stage. He's an ever-present, as he always is. So 1-3-4 here for Lim, puts him down at 93. Humphries going to try and respond here, and oh, he does respond in style. The first 180 on the board there, and I wouldn't have expected that there. So Humphries leaves himself on 666. Lim on 93. He's going to need to check this out here, which means he's going to need to try and get a bull. Gets the outer bull. Now needs treble 18, which he gets. 7-7 here for a 93 checkout for Paul Lim, which he won't get. And Humphries here at a 666 has a very good opportunity to take a lead in this game and go 2 legs up, which he does. 2-1 to Luke Humphries in this first set. And Lim there, really frustrated that he couldn't check out. Very unlucky indeed. Chris has put, Josh would rather play Danny, let's be honest, than me, but I don't know how good Josh is. Honestly, Chris, you would spank me up. Just like how Danny lost 3-0, you beat me 3-0, but incredibly quick. I'm not good at all when it comes to darts. You would spank me up indeed. Trust me, when I say I'm shit at darts, I genuinely mean it. I genuinely think Danny would be a good player compared to me. I played like trash, just got 200 shots and Chris was off. If he was on, he would have smashed me. I averaged 81.98 v Danny. That's mad though. I couldn't average bloody 50, you mind 80? Fucking hell, Chris. And I mean for you, of course, that's an off session, but if I could average 81, that'd be an on session for me, but I'm terrible when it comes to finishing. I average 47.8. That's my standard, Danny. You'd still do better than me. Have you got a Twitter or something, Danny? If you do, then send me your username in the chat. We'll definitely play each other at some point, if you wanted to, of course. Be good to have a few games of darts with the viewers at times, but Luke Humphries here at 301. Limit 283 here. And Humphries looking fairly confident in this game so far. In fact, the averages of this game as it currently stands, 94.75 for Luke Humphries. 96.96 for Paul Lim. He's not playing bad at all here, Lim. Just a little bit frustrated with his finishing so far. Very, very unlucky indeed. But ultimately, very similar to that last game we watched earlier with Henderson and Kantell, if you're on your game with your checkouts, then it quite easily means you can win even if you finish off with like an 80 average. So only 83 here for Humphries to put him down to 78, but he'll have at least 3 darts at that with Paul Lim at 183. I don't use no Twitter. I've got an Instagram I don't use. I've got an Instagram as well. I don't tend to use it, to be honest, but I mean, if you send the Instagram name, I'll add you up, of course. And I know you don't tend to use it much, but if you can get onto it, then we can always play a game of darts at some point. Definitely play a game of darts. Because I probably would average about 20 myself. So we'd have a good game indeed. I'll be the ref in Josh v Danny match. Did you play with your cameras on? Because I know you can play with your cameras on as well. I got a webcam, we can stream it. I got a webcam myself, yeah, I could stream it myself. If I get my lights, what I've got right now for my green screen, put them up to the dartboard, we can stream it as well. Could do live games on the channel. So Humphries here at a 10 to take the first set of the game, which he does. And Humphries, who's looking very good on his checkouts so far in this game, is 1 set up on Paul Lim. Both players playing very well right now, but ultimately it's Luke Humphries who takes the first set. Some work to do here for Paul Lim as it currently stands. Luke Humphries 1, Paul Lim 0. Some work to do for the Singapore Slinger. Back in a moment. So that is the game. First set, old and dusted there between Luke Humphries and Paul Lim. As it currently stands in this match, it is 1-0 to Luke Humphries in this game. And as I said before, I took that little break there a moment ago. You can quite easily see that both players looking very confident in this game so far, but ultimately Luke Humphries finishing and checkouts have done him much better in comparison to Paul Lim. In terms of their averages in that first set, Luke Humphries averaging 91.84 in comparison to Paul Lim's 92.56. Apologies, got hiccups here. There we go. In terms of checkouts, Luke Humphries checking out 60% so far in that first set. And as I said before, you can quite clearly tell that Paul Lim just not doing too good with his checkouts here so far. Only 20%. He's not having a bad game. He's doing very, very well indeed so far, Paul Lim. But he just needs to improve on those checkouts. And it'll be a very, very even game indeed. As it currently stands, Luke Humphries 1 set up to nothing against Paul Lim. We'll be back underway with that game in just a moment's time. Just seeing what you guys have been saying in the chat. Chris could have easily cheated. I wish I did. I don't know if I could use my phone as webcam. Don't know if that works. If you cheat against me, you got mental problems. I mean, to be fair, Chris has made a good point. If I cheated, I would average 120 for the fun of it. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to be honest. You have to be honest, don't you? When you play online and you're both not playing with a webcam. Be truthful at the end of the day. Don't lie about your scores. That's... You know, don't make yourself look as good as you could be. You know, if you average 120, then if you actually played each other in real life and you came up and played terrible, then you could quite easily tell that you've been lying throughout all the times you've played. But don't lie when it comes to the scores. As I said, at least with mine, I could get the webcam, get the lights on, and ultimately just you could actually see the dartboard with the webcam. I'm not going to lie. What I will do here is I'm just going to take a second. I really need a toilet break. Give me 2 seconds and I will be back. The game will be underway in a second, of course. So you'll see on the screen. Give me literally 2 seconds. I apologise. Let me quickly run back into it. How about that for a quick break? Apologies about that. Just very needed to quickly sort myself out there. Bloody Mike didn't want to work there for a second. So we're back underway in this game between Paul Lim and Luke Humphries. Thank you for those of you that did stay there. Apologies. I should have just gone in that break I did a second ago, but maybe an idiot. So we are back underway here between Paul Lim and Luke Humphries. As it currently stands, Luke Humphries 1 set up to nothing against Paul Lim. We said earlier how Paul Lim's finishing ultimately was just a little bit too poor in this game so far. And in terms of the averages, they're both playing right now with an average of a 91. It's not bad at all. But ultimately, Paul Lim just needs to improve on his finishing here. Humphries down at 317. Paul Lim doing very well there to get 100 to leave himself down at 241. Just having a look what you guys have been saying in the chat while I was gone. I wish I did. I don't know if I could use my phone. Honestly, Danny, I wouldn't cheat. What would be the point if I did it? It would waste of time. Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't expect either of you to cheat. I wouldn't expect either of you to cheat. Every day I throw about 500 to 800 darts a day. I wish I could do that. Because he's so bloody busy all the time with what we do on here and university work and stuff. genuinely, I do get, you know, some time to myself, but because I want to focus so much on doing stuff on this channel, genuinely, a lot of time for me is busy, which is a shame, because it means in terms of seeing friends and stuff, don't tend to see them often. It's just because it's so busy and a hectic schedule, it does mean that, of course, I like to kind of put everything here as centre stage, but I would say I chuck a fair amount of darts. I wouldn't say 500 to 800 darts a day, but I would say, you know, maybe 200-300, maybe more, depending on if I've got a free day. I mean, to be fair, there's some days where I play for like 3-4 hours non-stop when I've got the chance to. But Lim here on a 76, chance to take the first leg of this second set, needs treble 20 double eights on the board. Good opportunity here for Singapore Slinger. He's going to go for the 16. Now needs 20 for tops. Gets the 20. Now needs tops for a leg on the board, which he won't get, which means a chance here for Luke Humphries on double 12 to take a leg to his name and put the pressure on Paul Lim here. First dart just above, but a good marker. Second dart hits the 12, so double 6. And he doesn't get the double 6, which means a chance here for Paul Lim on that 40 once again. Tops here to get a leg on the board and put the pressure on Humphries in this second set. Takes his time, gets the 20, now needs double 10. First dart doesn't go in, but he's got one more dart here, and he does. And that is a leg on the board for Paul Lim, and you can see how much that leg means to him there. Certainly needed that, but what a response here from Luke Humphries. 180 to start off there, and I've just put chesters on and it's not done. There we go, we want the 180. That's the one I wanted. 180 there for Luke Humphries. Is on for a 9-darter. Can Lim respond here with a 180 of his own? He gets a 20, then a treble, and gets a 140. Very impressive 140 there. So Humphries here on for a 9-darter. Gets a treble 20, then only gets a 20. And well, it was a little chance there at a 9-darter, but we will eventually at some points in this World Darts Championship at least one opportunity at the 9-darter, fingers crossed. Danny's put the bars are open where I'm at. I'm a call around after Christmas and check on leagues. When I started playing darts, I used to average 40 like you guys. Then I practiced every day and I got better, which brings me to averaging in the 80s. I mean, that's the thing. You have to sit there for ages. And as you said before, Chris, you know, you've been playing this now for 10 years. You start off with fairly low averages, but, you know, you continue on, you improve year after year. And eventually, as you said, and as Danny's put in the chat, you've got to rack up a good, like, 10,000 plus hours to be good at anything. And you're spot on with that. Practice makes perfect, as they always say, and practice has been making perfect here for Humphries because he's down to 82, and he's going to get at least 6 starts here at it, as Lim is only down to 180. So, chance here for a bull and double 16. Goes for it and gets a 1, then gets a 19 and a 10, so Humphries down here to 52. Lim at 180. Can he put any pressure on Humphries? Well, a 140 would be very useful for him indeed. He gets a treble 20. Gets another treble 20. So we could have a chance for a 140 here for Lim, which he gets, and puts a little bit of pressure there on Humphries. So he's going to have to check out here the 52. Gets the 20, needs double 16, and he gets it for 1 leg apiece on the board in this second set. And although Lim had put some good pressure on there with a 140, ultimately in the end, very good check out there from Humphries to make it 1 apiece in this second set. Of course, Humphries still leading the game overall. We're still waiting, though, for that real first big opportunity of the game. I really want to see a potential 9-darter chance from Lim. Is it going to happen? Probably not. But, I mean, Danny's put there, I'm pulling for Paul Lim in this game. I think there's a lot of people at the World Darts Championship who are hoping that Lim can go here for a win. But Humphries, with a 140... after his first 3 darts in the third leg of this second set, puts himself in a good position. Can Paul Lim respond? And, well, they're just showing the stance right now of Paul Lim, and I think if you probably put a video of Paul Lim 20 years ago chucking his darts, his stance would have not changed one bit. He's a fantastic player to watch indeed. But Humphries only 57 here at 304, which means a chance to him to break away in this leg, sorry. Needs to get a few good darts on the board here. He gets to 20. Really needs a treble. Gets another 20. Can he get the treble? He can't, so only down to 245 here. As Phil Taylor says, keep practicing. Exactly, you're spot on there, Chris. Absolutely spot on. And then Danny's put, I tried to throw like Phil Taylor, thought I broke my elbow. Jesus Christ, that's the last thing you want to do, Danny. Fucking hell. I mean, my throw's not the best, I'm not going to lie. I've got a long way to go before I ever can say I'm a decent darts player. All I will say is, don't expect any live darts games on this channel with me playing anytime soon. Fucking hell, awful. Awful player I am. But as Chris has put in the chat, the winner of this game faces Dirk van Duijvenbode. I'm not going to lie, either way, whoever goes through here, it's going to be a very good game. I'd love to see Paul Lim versus Van den Berg, but Luke Humphries at the same time, coming up against Dimitri, is another fantastic round 2 tie. And to be fair, looking at the round 2 ties, there's a lot of very, very good round 2 ties coming up. So, looking forward to it indeed after Christmas. Daz has asked, does the channel do boxing watch-alongs? We don't actually tend to do boxing watch-alongs. I think one of the only people that tends to watch boxing is Will on the NFL Corner. So we don't do boxing watch-alongs right now, but it's something we could always look into in the future. But Lim here on 60. Gets the 20. Needs the double 20 here to go 2-1 up against Humphries on legs in this second set. First dart misses. And the second dart misses as well, and you can see the frustration building for Paul Lim as this game continues on. Once again, his finishing has been poor here, and Humphries makes up for that, checking out the 20, and once again, Humphries capitalising on the mistakes of Paul Lim, and he goes 2-1 up on legs, and a chance here to make it 2-0 for Luke Humphries in this game. And the Englishman here will start off with 59. Lim here has potential opportunity just to push a little bit further forward here. Oh, I've got to say, I'm fucking starving, by the way. I know this is going completely off topic, but I'm getting an order set up for a takeaway to come in a little bit. I am absolutely starving. Cannot wait to get some food later on tonight. But only, I think 95 there for Paul Lim. Puts him down at 416. I've lost where I was. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Daz has asked in the chat who is on tomorrow. So tomorrow's morning session, you've got Steve Lennon against Daniel Larson, Scott Waits against Matt Campbell, Kim Huybrechts against Diswang, and then Mervyn King against Max Hopp. That'll be a good game to watch. And then the evening session, which I'll be live for at 6 o'clock again. Well, I'll be live at 6:10, in fact. Andy Hamilton coming back to the World Darts Championship. He's against Nico Kurtz. Andy Bolton up against Dieter Hedman. Damon Hayter against Danny Baggish. And then Michael Van Gerwen is up against Ryan Murray. So some very, very good games once again tomorrow night. Certainly, the World Darts Championship is improving as it goes on some really good fixtures. So that is tomorrow night. As I said, I'll be live once again from 6:10. So it'll be very, very good indeed, of course, to keep your eyes out on those 4 fixtures tomorrow night. But as it stands here, chance here for a 180 for Luke Humphries. And he gets the 180. That is the 150th 180 of the tournament, which is fantastic to see. Danny's put in the chat, I would love to hear your British accent commentating boxing. I'm a listen when do the NFL playoffs, but I don't care for the NFL and American football. I watch college football or university in your terms. Well, I'm not going to lie, it won't be me on the NFL because I know fuck all about it. I'm not going to lie. With a chance here for a 103 checkout for Luke Humphries. And that is 2 sets on the board for Humphries, who's playing really, really well indeed. And that is 2-0 to Humphries against Paul Lim. He's doing very well indeed here, Humphries, and it could be a whitewash against Lim. But yeah, it won't be me on the NFL watch-alongs because, as I said, I know nothing about it. So it'll be like, we've got a few of the guys who are on the channel as well here, the likes of Kieran and Will. They know a lot more about NFL than I do. Chris has put, my mates have said to me, averaging in 80s, you can definitely be good enough to play in PDC, but I'm always negative and say I would get thrashed. Hey, you're a very good player, Chris. You're a very, very good player indeed. And then that's the watch along on any sport tomorrow, please. There is indeed, as I said, tomorrow there is a live darts watch along from 6:10 again for the evening session of the World Darts Championship. But as it currently stands in this game, it's 2-0 to Luke Humphries. He's looking on course here for a clean sweep against Paul Lim. Some work to do for the Singapore Slinger. As it currently stands, it's 2-0. Back in a moment. So as it currently stands, Luke Humphries 2 sets up to nothing against Paul Lim. It's been a very, very simple game so far for Luke Humphries. Currently averaging 92.62. Paul Lim averaging 87.74. And it comes back to what I said again earlier. Ultimately, the checkouts and the finishing of Paul Lim has really, really cost him in this game, or else this could have been a much more competitive match indeed. As it currently stands, there's been 3 180s in the game, all 3 for Luke Humphries. In terms of checkouts, 50% for Humphries, he's got 6 out of 12. As for Paul Lim, only 18.18% on his checkouts so far. That's 2 out of 11. It really is proving, why, of course, Paul Lim is not doing good in this game. And why Luke Humphries has been flying in this match, he's been doing very, very well indeed. A fantastic performance so far from Luke Humphries, who, of course, is ranked 34th in the world and will no doubt be trying to hunt down a very good run in this competition. But he's going to face Dirk van Duijvenbode potentially in the next round if he goes through. So he's got a pretty tough test on his hands if he wants to go any further than the second round. Daz asked afternoon or morning, football. There's no watch along tomorrow in the morning or afternoon for the football. I would have got the other guys maybe to do a watch along tomorrow if they want to, and if any of them are in the chat, then if any of you want to do a football watch along, then send me a message on Facebook, and you could potentially have another football watch along. But ultimately, right now, it's all on the World Darts Championship. It gives the lads a little bit of a break because it has been fairly hectic over the last few weeks for us. But they get themselves a break. It's all about the World Darts Championship. I think the next football watch-along that I've got noted down is on Boxing Day, which is Arsenal-Chelsea. But as for now, if any of the lads want to do another football watch-along, then they can send me a message on Facebook if they want to do any. But Luke Humphries is 2 sets up to nothing against Paul Lim. They're both the players back out on the oche. This game could be well and truly done in the next few minutes, depending on what happens here. But Chris has put, I might go around to Peter Manley's house when this COVID ends and he can coach me. Hey, imagine if you could, that would be awesome. And then Danny's put, just live life, you're going to die no matter what, Chris, just do what you want. Exactly. That's the perfect point to what Chris said earlier about his mates saying averaging the 80s. You're fantastic. You're fantastic indeed. Just enjoy yourself because you're a very good player indeed. Averaging 80s is always fantastic. Daz has asked, when does Michael Smith play? Michael Smith does not play until December the 23rd on the evening session. He's the last game of the World Darts Championship, in fact, before the Christmas break. So, of course, he's a few days away before we'll see him live in the World Darts Championship. But we've had 2 more subscribers while this game has been going on. So, Gareth Bale Hart to you guys. Big thank you for all of those that have subbed. We are only 12 subscribers away from 1,400, which is fantastic indeed. Really, really greatly appreciated. But as it currently stands, let's get back to this game. Luke Humphries 2 sets up in this match. And starting off with a 3-4-5 after 6 starts on the board. Danny Max put in the chat, hope Edgar TV wins Sunday. I really do hope he wins too. I think for the YouTube darts community, technically I'm a newbie to it because I only really recently just started doing these World Darts Championship watch-alongs. But you always want to see someone like Matthew Edgar go far in this competition. And I think he could do quite well in this game in round 1. So very best of luck to him in that match in a few days' time, of course. He probably doesn't watch this stream, and I'm very surprised if he did. It would be awesome if he did. But But of course, very best of luck to him, of course. Got a fantastic game coming up. And then Chris, I'd have dreamt of playing Going Price once both of us roar with passion. Hey, Chris, just think maybe one day you might be on the stage at a PDC event. You never know. You know what? In 10 years' time, I'll still be on the sports corner and I'll be doing a live watch along of your game. Just believe, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Get yourself down to Q school, buddy. You've got to. Humphries here, though. Currently down at 141. Paul Lim at 148. It's a very tight start to this first leg of the third set on the board. Very, very tight set indeed. I can't wait to get some food. I'm not going to lie. I'm incredibly hungry. We've got like an hour left of action here. So treble 20, double 19 for a 158 finish for Lim. He's not going to be able to get it, which means there's a chance here for Humphries to come back at the 141. He needs treble 20, treble 19, double 12, the Englishman, to get the first set on the board. Sorry, first leg of the board of this third set. Gets the treble 20, gets the treble 19, double 12. Just can't get the 1-4 finish, but he'll leave himself with a 12 here. So a chance for Paul Lim at the 58. He's been struggling on his checkouts. He needs 18, double 20. Gets the 18, has 2 darts at the 20. Really needs this because his checkouts have been poor for the start. A little bit too high. And second dart hits 20. And that sums up Paul Lim's performance today. He's been really poor. Really poor indeed. And a chance here for Humphries to get the double 6. Now needs double 3 to take the first leg. And he doesn't get it, which means a chance here for double 10 for Paul Lim. He's been led off with that opportunity a moment ago. A real chance for Paul Lim here. Double 10 needed to get a leg to his name. First dart, just wide. Bit of an awkward position where that dart has landed itself. Can he get the second dart in? Oh, it's really awkward now. How does he find a way through? Oh, he finds a way through perfectly there. Double 10 to get himself the first leg on the board of this third set. And it was 2 really awkwardly placed darts there. But he got it in somehow. And that is a little bit of Paul Lim magic that we like to see. And he takes that first leg of this third set. Really, really well worked there from Paul Lim. And that might just give him a little bit of confidence in this game to try and push on. Really, really good work indeed. And Humphries, who's currently averaging 89.76. Paul Lim averaging 84.91. Humphries is playing very well right now, but if Paul Lim could improve on his checkouts, it could quite easily be one of those games that turns into quite a feisty one. Starts with a treble 20 though here. And another 20 for Paul Lim. And gets a treble 5, so he's down to 3, 4, 6 here. Humphries just needs to try and get 100 plus. Gets a 20, a treble 20 and a 20. So Humphries down to 301 here. Not bad indeed. Dennis put, I hit 3 balls against my wife yesterday. I would have put going to shame we was playing cricket. I bet you were absolutely fucking having it at your wife there. I'd be celebrating like mad. I'd be doing the Going Price raw if that was me. Ray's put, is this online to watch? It's on Sky Sports if you're wanting to watch the actual games live. If you're wanting to watch a watch-along, then of course this is the perfect place to be right now. Chris has put, I need to stop putting myself down too much. I think it's a confidence thing with me. The thing is, you're averaging 80, which is a very, very good score indeed. If you can get that inner confidence in yourself, Chris, no doubt, you could go far. You could go far indeed. So Paul gets a 140 here, so he's down to 106. You'd assume, which he will, he'll get at least 3 darts here at the 106, maybe 6, with Humphries only down at 124. Danny Macker said, yeah, try PDC.TV as well. That might be another way to be able to watch it live. So Paul Lim here starts off with a 1, which means he's not going to be able to check out. Very poor indeed from Paul Lim. However, he will get himself down here to 32. Humphries on 124. Rydz asks, what's PDC? So if you go to PDC.TV, I believe it's a monthly membership that you can pay to watch the games live. on the PDC with the PDC membership. I don't know if it qualifies you to watch the World Darts Championship. If not, if you're in the UK, try Now TV, because I've got Now TV right now, which is how I'm watching these games, as Paul Lim checks out a double 16 here to get a second leg on the board. Much better there from the Singapore Slinger. But if you're in the UK, try Now TV. It's a monthly or weekly membership. Get a Sky Sports one. Or, as Daz has put, if you haven't got the money to do it, try He's Goal. Because I think there'll be a stream on there. If you want an illegal one. At the same time, I shouldn't be advocating illegal streams like, but try Now TV. Let's pretend I didn't say He's Goal there. Definitely didn't say He's Goal. Try it. Humphries averaging 90.98 as it currently stands. Paul Lim averaging 86.24. This game is there for the taking. And if Lim can get a set to his name here, it would be massive for him indeed. 266 for Humphries. 416 for Lim. Could do with a 180 here, Lim. He's got a treble 20 on the board. Gets a 20. And gets a 20 as well, which means he's down to 316 here. Danny's put, it does at least for American. WW Darts told me last night. Oh, that's awesome. So if you're living in America then definitely do get PDC.TV, because I know in the UK, I assume they don't show it on there because, obviously, well, of course you can watch it on Sky Sports, so I guess they're trying to advocate you to pay for the Sky Sports subscription and watch it on there. But if you're in America then, get PDC.TV and you'll be able to watch it on there. It's not too expensive as well. I think you can get like a monthly membership for, I think it's like £10 in the UK, so it's not much at all. But Humphries here at 108, Lim at 216, which means he's going to get at least here 3 darts at the 108, potentially 6. What can Lim do here to respond to Humphries' 108s? Starts off with a treble 5, not the start he'd want. Gets a treble 20, really needs another one here to put pressure on Luke. And he does indeed. It looked a bit of an awkward dart there. I couldn't really see what had gone on. So 108 checkout here for Luke Humphries. Gets 18, needs double 16. Oh, lovely 108 checkout there for Luke Humphries. And he makes it 2 legs to Lim, 1 to Humphries in this third set. And that was a lovely 108 checkout there from Luke Humphries. Very lovely checkout there. And that will put a little bit of pressure on Paul Lim here, because this next leg is going to be absolutely crucial for Paul to get on the board. Can he get it though? That is the question indeed. So, Lim here at 406. Humphries gets 96 to put himself down to 405. Chris has put in the chat, just my opinion, Humphries more of danger to Van den Berg than Lim. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'd like to see Paul Lim against Humphries, but he's on here for a 180. Gets himself a 140 there, Lim, to put himself down to 266. But, oh, without a shadow of a doubt, Luke Humphries would be more dangerous than Paul Lim against Van den Berg. But it'd be a nice tie, wouldn't it? Paul Lim v Van den Berg. The youth versus the experience, just like how this game has been so far. And the man with no names, but Luke has got the hump. He's going through a little bit of a slog here, as Paul Lim looks to go for another 140. Gets 2 treble 20s, could be on for the 180 here even. And gets another 140. So Lim starting to get back into this game a little bit, down to 126. Humphries on a bit of a slump right now. Only gets himself down to 250. And Lim here will have at least 6 starts at the 126, so he can set himself up very decently here. What can he get? Got treble 19, double 6. Gets a treble 20. Now needs a treble 16 if he wants to check out the 126 here. Be a real good opportunity for him. Gets treble 14, which means double 12 with a 126 checkout. Oh, just under. And he'll be back. Would have been a lovely checkout there, and he will be back for the double 6 to take a set to his name. And what an interesting game this is indeed. You can see Danny and Chris maybe having another game indeed. Very best of luck to both of you. But double 6 here for Paul Lim to get a set to his name and make things interesting in this match. First dart just a little bit wide of the mark. How about the second dart? Gets it in, and that's a set to Paul Lim. And, of course, we have no break now in play, which means we are going all the way in this match without a break. And that is a massive set on the board for Paul Lim. We're going to a 4th set here. And Luke Humphries, as I said, going under a little bit of a slog right now. But could that be a real confidence booster for Luke Humphries? Sorry, for Paul Lim, not Luke Humphries. Could it be a real booster for Paul Lim? As Luke Humphries goes through a little bit of a slog here. Luke averaging 90.78 in this match right now. Paul Lim averaging 89.59. There's not much to separate them in terms of their averages. But his finishing is improved, Paul Lim. He's up to 25% in comparison to Luke Humphries' 38.89. Certainly got better as this game has continued to flurry on. Chris has put... Oh, here we go. Paul Lim is on the board. Classic saying, of course, from the darts. Welcome to the stream, Babatunde Jeff. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're good as always. Good to see some new faces in the stream tonight. Really, really nice indeed. The scoreline said 2-1 before you said Lim wins the set. Yeah, I think it's a little bit ahead, which is why I've tried to put it in the corner so I can't see it. Let me just try and move it into the corner here. Let me just check on stream. If you guys can still see, do tell me in the chat if you guys can still see it, because I've moved it so I can't see anything on my screen now. I don't want to really see what's going on too early, or else it ruins it for me. So do tell me if it stays on the screen and updates. But big opportunities here for Lim to take the first leg of this 5th set. Welcome to the stream, Lucas Tattersfield. How are you today? Hope you're all good. Thanks for joining us on the sports corner. I can see it. Perfect. So at least it doesn't spoil it for me now. So 140 for Lim here. He's not going to be able to check it out, but he's going to have at least another 3 darts here. Babatunde Jeff's just subbed and like. Thank you very much, Babatunde Jeff. You absolute legend. Thank you very much. There's a 180 on the board. And that's some pressure from Luke Humphries on Paul Lim. Lim on a 95. Humphries on 26. And now he's under some real pressure to check out the 95. Starts with a free Lim. Needs treble 20, which he won't get, so there'll be no check out here for Lim and a chance for Humphries to steal the set after that 180 on a double 13. Daz has asked, who do you think, in your opinion, is the best caller? And I've either said Paul Hinks or Russ Bray. Love Russ Bray with his croaky voice. It's fantastic. And what a check out that was there. Double 13 for Luke Humphries. And he gets a leg on the board. And he's 2 legs away from potentially going through to the next round of the World Darts Championship. The man with no name has said George Noble, of course. Do you know what the problem is? Is they're all good in their own fashion. That I think it's impossible to say which one's the best one, if I'm being honest with you. They're all good in their own fashion. That's the thing. I can't say there's one that really is above the other. Man's put, the man we know has put, worst is Russ Bray. Christ, got to mute it when he's on. Are you not a fan of the croaky voice? Here is Luke Humphries. Goes for the 180, and they were some passionate darts from Luke Humphries. Some really quick darts. That's the 5th 180 of the match in the game. And my God, he chucked them quick, didn't he? Jesus Christ. He was going for that 180 very, very quick there. Danny Max put, don't get the man with no name started. Well, hopefully you don't have to mute the stream every time I play Russ Bray's voice. But yeah, I don't mind Russ Bray. I don't mind Russ Bray at all. I'm just going to order... Well, I'm just going to start slowly looking at what to order for a takeaway in a little bit. I'm fucking starving, man. But as it currently stands, Humphries 186, Lim 3-2-1. It's been a very good game so far between these two players. Fantastic to watch. And Lim, who's slowly been trying to creep back into this game, is under a little bit of pressure here as Luke Humphries is down to 186. Lim at 2-2-1. Thanks for all the likes tonight. 23 likes. Fucking hell, I've only just seen that. Thank you for all of you that have been leaving likes on the stream tonight. We've had a lot of, a really consistent amount of views today. On the next 180, you call it, Josh. All right, then. The next 180, I'll call. I'll do it in the style of Paul Hinks, just for you. That's if we get another 180 on the board in this game. Right, so 94 here for Humphries. Oh, could get tops here for a 94 finish. And just can't. So he's down here to 20. Lim's going to have to try and check out the 1-2-1. This would be a real opportunity for the Singapore slinger if you could check this out. Big moments in the game here. For both Humphries and Lims. And Lim. There will be Lims if Lim wins. Treble 17 needs bull here for a 1-2-1 check out Lim. Can he get it? Oh, it's classic! Paul Lim, how about that for a check out? 1-2-1 with the finish on the bull. That is chef's kiss there from Paul Lim with a 1-2-1 check out. And all Luke Humphries can do is nod in approval to a brilliant 1-2-1 check out. And that was fantastic there from the Singapore slinger. And now he's on for a 140 here. Gets a treble 20-20 and gets it in 100. The man we know name says, remember that horrible ref from the BDO? The way he said 140 was cringe. Remember it, guys. 140. Now, I will do it in the style of Paul Hinks. If we get a 180, of course. But in terms of the averages right now, 93.12 for Humphries, 89.78 for Paul Lim. And as we said before, it was one of those where ultimately, if Lim could get into the game and start checking out, then he was going to get back into the match, and he started to indeed. In fact, he's at 29% on his doubles here, Lim. Humphries has dropped down to 38%. He's getting back into the game, which is good to see. Daz has put all the voices of former BDO ref Rab Butler. And then Chris has put, the player I want to win the world the most is Devon Peterson, only if in front of the crowd so he can sing, so he can dance with the world title to the fans. I was about to say he's going to sing and dance there, he certainly isn't. So Humphries here on 309, Lim on 307. He's certainly getting back into this game, Paul Lim. And he's come back into this game at the right time. So Humphries here on 222. Good opportunity here for Lim to put some pressure on. A 140 would do really good here for Lim. Starts off with a 20. He's on 307, by the way, currently, Lim. From what I can see on my screen. He's probably ahead on the scoreboard underneath me. And he gets 100. Just a little bit of pressure there on Luke Humphries with 100. How can he respond here? And he responds very well with 135. So he's down to 88 here, Humphries. Treble 20, double 14 required. He'll have at least 3 darts at that 88. And Paul Lim just taking a step back here for a moment, which he does usually, of course. Takes time with his throw. And if he can get well, I'd say at least a 140 here, it'd be very good indeed. He starts off with a treble 19. Then gets a 7, which is not what he wants at all. But does make up with it with another treble 19. So Paul Lim here down to 86. Humphries at 88. Gets the 20, Humphries. Gets the 18. Needs the bull. And he gets the 5, which means he's down to 4. He's actually down to 45. So Lim here at 86. Treble 18, double 16. Can he get it? Gets an 18. Gets an 18 again, which means he needs the bull again. Can he get it for an 86 checkout? No, he can't. And the chance goes wide for Paul Lim. 45 needed here for Luke Humphries to potentially put him one leg away from the knockouts. He gets the 13. Now needs double 8. Big leg this could be, and he doesn't. Which means a big chance on the board for Paul Lim. On a 31, 15, double 8 to potentially put him one leg away from 2 sets each. Gets the 15, 2 darts at double 8. Big chances here. Doesn't get the first dart. Doesn't get the second dart. And oh, you can see his reaction because now Humphries has 3 darts at double 8. Now needs double 4. Gets the double 4, and Humphries is one leg away from a round 2 affair against Dimitri van den Berg. I mean, the man with no names put, so we get to a few seconds into the future, but you don't. We know whether or not they get to miss it or miss it because of the scoreboard. You do indeed. I think it's about a second or two ahead. So I've put the scoreboard on the screen so I can't see it. So you guys will see before what's happened either way. But we still haven't had a 180 yet. Still haven't had the chance to do it in the style of Paul Hinks. Hopefully we do. But Humphries down here at 367. And Lim at 416. Chris has put treble 20 if hit, single 20, then single 18 ball. That's how I'd probably go in terms of the 88, in terms of the question that Daz asked a moment ago. Danny Max, my highest checkout was 72, so I wouldn't know how. I've had a checkout of 100 before, which was impressive, but it will never happen again. It was just a complete one-off. So Humphries here at 233. Lim with a 140 to put himself down to 276. Man with no name saying 10 seconds maybe ahead. I don't think it's 10 seconds ahead. It might be like 5 seconds ahead, but either way, it's much better than the scoreboards that I had before, because at least now you actually get to see the scores, what are going on. But Lim here with treble 20. Guess another one. Are we on for a 180 here for Paul Lim? Here we go. Oh, he's ruined it. He's ruined it. He's down to 151, but we didn't get the 180 that I wanted to call it. And Humphries here at 170. He gets himself down to 74. Lim's going to have to try and check out this 151 to keep his hopes and dreams of staying in the World Darts Championship alive. Treble 20, treble 17, double 20 needed. Big moments in the game. Starts with a 19, which means he won't be able to check out. And needs to get himself down here to a good finish, because Luke Humphries needs treble 14, double 16 to go through to the next round of the World Darts Championship. A little bit of pressure on him though as Lim gets himself down to 56, so treble 14, double 16, gets the 14, gets the 20. Tops needed for Humphries, and he doesn't get it, which means can Lim take us down to a deciding leg in this fourth set? 16 double 20 required. Gets the 16. Needs double 20. And he gets it. We're going to a last leg decider in the fourth set. Are we about to see Luke Humphries go through 3-1? Or are we going all the way once again tonight? 2-2 could it be between him and Paul Lim? We'll have to find out here in a moment. Pressure in this game on Paul Lim. Starts off with a treble 20. Gets another one. Are we on for a 180? The answer is... Oh, we're not. 140 there for Paul Lim, which is not a bad way to start. And you can see that Luke Humphries, as this game has continued on, the pressure has really begun to build on him. And you can see Paul Lim has got himself into this game the longer it's gone on. And his average right now is currently, I believe... 90.12, so doing very well indeed in the game. As for Humphries, he's averaging 90 himself. As Lim gets another 140 to put himself down to 221. Humphries behind at 461 here. Gets himself 100, and I really want this to go down to a last set decider, if I'm being honest with you. What a game this has been. What a night of action it's been. 2 games potentially, well, 3 games potentially going down to a 3-2 decider. But Lim won't want to see that. Gets himself a treble 1, a 20. And another 20. And it gives an opportunity here for Humphries to get back in this game if he can get a 140. Gets a treble 19. And capitalises on that mistake. And Humphries down to 227 here. Paul Lim at 178. Needs a good score here, the Singapore Slinger. Good to see that all of you guys are playing each other in the streams. I don't know if you've seen the 120 out by Jim Williams in the Online Darts League. 20 bull. Fucking hell, that's a mad checkout. Bonkers one. I know I've seen the one, of course, where we had the 3 bulls. That wasn't a checkout, but somebody who got 3 bulls at the World Darts Championship. That was impressive. I have darts on the board, but I ain't thrown in 9 months. Everyone wants to play right now, Chris. Can't complain, though. Keeps you busy. So 84 checkout here for Lim. Needs treble 14. Big moments He's gone for the treble 16. Double 8 to take us to a last set decider. Yes, we are going all the way again tonight. The legend that is Paul Lim has brought it back from 2 sets down to 2 sets apiece. But Humphries replies with 180. That's the 6th one of the match. And he's on for a 9-darter. There you go. That's the Paul Hinks 180 you wanted. Will Callan respond here with a 9-darter? Well, not 9-darter of his own, a 180. The answer is he can't. But he can get a 140. What a game here. 2 sets down, Paul Lim. He's come back and... Oh, I thought there Humphries was on for a 9-darter. Hit treble 20 and then a 20. And he's down to 181 after 6 darts here. Can Lim respond? Gets a 20. Really needs 2 trebles. That was a piss poor Paul Hinks. You're saying it's a piss poor Paul Hinks? No, I'm not having that. I'm not having that, the man with no name. Because Humphries is on here. He's down already to 16 after 9 darts. And Lim, after getting himself back in the game, is about to go 1 leg down in this 5th set. Really good response here from Humphries. So he's going to have at least 6 darts here at the double 8s. First dart misses. Second dart is in. And that first leg of the 5th set on the board for Luke Humphries. And there is real pressure on Paul Lim now. That was not a good impression of Paul Hinks. No, I'm not having that. I'm not having that. I'm going to try again. I'm not having that. Fuck off. I thought that was alright. I thought that was decent. The man with no name, if you've got a Twitter, you've got to send me a video of you doing a Paul Hinks impression. No, honestly. 140 on the board here for Luke Humphries. Don't have to. You don't have to. 140 on the board here for Humphries to match the 140 that Paul Lim got a moment ago. See, I would try it, but I don't want to belt out loud because I've got my window open. Prove me wrong. Okay. On the next 180, I'll proper go for it. That's if we get another 180 in the game. If we get another one here. Honestly, I'm starving, man. I'm fucking starving, man. Aye. 361 here, though, for Humphries. He's down to 301. Limit 276. Really needs to get himself a 140 on the board, I'd say, here. Gets the first treble 20 on the board. Gets another one. Are we on for a 180? Oh, we might be here. Oh! 180 from Paul Lim. Yeah, it was probably a shite go at the Paul Hinks there, but we got the 180. I'm not picky, just honest. Oh, God, I think it's picky. I think that's being picky. Danny agrees with me. 180 on the board there. Which means he's down to 96 here. Treble 20, double 8. He's not going to be able to check out here. Unless he gets the double 14. Big chance for Lim. And he doesn't get it. If you're going to do it right. That's my motto. That was awful. How was that worse than the one I did before? I'm not having it, man with no name. Fucking no chance. No. Unbelievable. That's been picky. That's been picky. So 3 and double 8 required here for Lim to get a leg on the board in this 5th set. Gets the 3, needs the double 8. Big opportunities in this game. And he gets it. 1 leg apiece in this match. That was more ref down your local pub. I mean, Danny, you've got a fair point. You can tell you're scared to belt, though. I've got somebody next door. My window's open. I don't want to belt out too loud. I can't belt I can't belt out too loud. Or else I'd go for it. But I'm not listening to the man with no name. He's saying it was awful. You need more oomph into it. I would. But I don't want to get a noise complaint. 361 here for Luke Humphries. 401 for Paul Lim. I tell you what, guys, honestly, you get me through these watch-alongs. As much as they were enjoyable, 4 hours sometimes is a fucking long time to go for it, sat in a chair on my own. 224 here, though, for Humphries. And Lim here. Only getting 25. Needs a treble. Gets 85. So Luke Humphries. Chance here for a 180. Isn't going to get it. But does get a 135 on the board. Which means he's down to 89 here. Paul Lim is going to need something big. He's currently at 316 in this game. Gets a treble 20. Gets another one. He's on for the 180. Oh, he's not on for it. I mean, he's put "Don't shout" or you might get copyrighted by the man next door. Oh, he's on for an 89 finish here, Humphries. But doesn't get it. But he will have another 3 darts at that double 4. Can't get a copyright strike on this channel. So Lim here at 176. Can he put any pressure on Humphries? He starts with a 1. Then gets a 20. Really needs a treble on the board here. And gets an outer ball. So he's down to 105. Double 2 required here for Humphries. Now double 1. And he's missed it. Well, this is a big chance for Paul Lim. He's going to have to check out this 105. Treble 2013, double 16 required for Paul Lim. Big opportunity to take the lead for the first time in this game. Can he do it? Big pressure. Gets the treble 19. Needs 16. Has 1 for the double 16. Big chance here for Paul Lim to take the lead. Oh! And he's just wide. What a chance there. And double 4 now for Humphries, who surely can't miss. He's on for double 2. And he's missed it. Oh, he's missed it. Which means double 16 for Paul Lim to take the lead. Can he do it? Big chance in the game. Double 16 for Paul Lim. Now needs double 8. He has to get it. Come on, Lim. Not to be biased here. Oh, he's busted it. He's busted score, which means double 1 for Humphries now. Misses his first dart. Misses the second dart. How's he missed it? Oh my God. Paul Lim. He hit the 1. Oh, unbelievable. Danny's put, you can go back to your sound effect. We don't want you to get sound audience violation. So chance here for Paul Lim. He needs double 8 now. Still got a chance. Still got a chance here. Double 8. Can he get the double 8 to take the lead? Now needs double 4. Surely, Paul Lim, you've got to get this. And he's missed it. Oh, he's missed it. Which means Humphries is back again for the double 1. Misses the first one. Misses the second one. Misses the third one. What is going on? Paul Lim is flabbergasted. He cannot believe that he's missed 12 darts. And Paul Lim is back again. Double 4 for Lim. Big chance here. And he gets it. Which means that Paul Lim takes the lead for the first time in this match. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 12 darts missed there for Humphries. Unbelievable. That is absolutely incredible. That's probably one of the best legs that we've had for how poor it was. So we're back once again here for Paul Lim to potentially win the game, but Humphries here just getting his mojo back slightly, gets 100 to put himself down to 401. Paul Lim here at 406. Can the Singapore Slinger do it? Can he do it? Stephen Wright putting, come on Paul Lim. I'm not going to lie, I shouldn't be biased here on the Sports Corner, but we're rooting for Paul Lim. No offence on Luke. Everyone's rooting for Paul Lim in the chat right now, so I feel like I'm not joining the bandwagon. I said at the start I'd like Paul Lim to win this, but Humphries gets 140, which means he's down here to 261. Really needs to get a 140 here. Paul Lim himself at 321. Real pressure right now. And I tell you what, he's been thriving under it, Paul Lim. But can he thrive just a little bit longer in this match? Gets a 19 in the treble 19. Then gets another one. Go on, Paul Lim. So he's down to 188. But Humphries responds back here with 180 of his own. That's massive from Humphries to put himself down to 81. And he'll have at least 3 darts at the 81. What a game this has been. I mean, we said about the Dirk van Duijvenbode game earlier being the best game, but Lim here with a treble 20, treble 5. If he had another treble 20, it'd be a great response. Oh, it's a great response from Lim. So Humphries at 81, Lim at 53. He's got to go. Gets the 19. Gets a treble 12, double 13. And he doesn't get it. So Paul Lim with a chance to win the game. 13, double 20 for Lim to go through to the second round. The Singapore Slinger. Can he do it? Can he do it? He's got 2 darts to the double 20. Gets the 13. Double 20 for the Singapore Slinger. And he does it! What a result for Paul Lim against Luke Humphries. It was 2 set down and he's done it. What a game. What a moment for Paul Lim. What a match. How he's come back in that match. You have to give him credit. What a game. Look at the reaction from Paul Lim. Oh man. That is an incredible game. Oh my God. Paul Lim, he's been here for 25 World Darts Championships. And he is absolutely buzzing with that result. He came back from 2 sets down against Luke Woodhouse there. Not Luke Woodhouse, Liam Humphries. Not fucking Liam Humphries. Honestly, my head's gone. My head is gone. He's come back against Luke Humphries. Unbelievable indeed. And it's an incredible moment for Paul Lim, who wins that game 3 sets to 2. Fucking hell, I need a breather. I'll be back in a second. Paul Lim 3, Luke Humphries 2. What a game. Take a breather. What an incredible game we've just witnessed at the World Darts Championship. Unbelievable match for Paul Lim, who was 2 sets down in that game against Luke Humphries, who was flying at one point in this match. And the experience, the incredible talent that Paul Lim has. You know, he's been at so many World Darts Championships over the last few years. In surely what is one of his best games in the last couple of years. Incredible match. Comes back from 2 sets down to win this game 3 sets to 2 in an incredible fashion. I mean, for me, that has to be the game of the tournament by a country mile. Humphries, he missed 12 darts at the double 1 and let Paul Lim with an opportunity to win the game, which he did indeed, and he took it in style. Absolutely incredible match. The best, probably for me, the best game of the tournament by a country mile so far. Really, really enjoyable watch indeed. I mean, Chris has put I Scream the House down. Stephen Wright saying, what a game, well done, Lim. Danny saying Lim had a higher power on his side in that one. Lim knew that the man with no name was watching. Kieran buzzing in the chat as well. Good to see you, buddy. Unbelievable match. Unbelievable match indeed. It leaves you speechless. And do you know what? It's games like that where you look at the World Darts Championship and you think to yourself, how could anyone not like darts? It's dramatic, it's tense, It's incredible. It's passionate. And what a moment for Paul Lim, who goes through to the next round to play not Dirk van Duijvenbode, Dimitri van den Berg. What a game that is going to be, of course. That is going to be a fantastic match to watch between Dimitri van den Berg and Paul Lim in a few days' time. Of course. Not a few days' time. But Paul Lim will be making a few extra dimes, of course, after that win against Luke Humphries. In terms of the stats, which I've not even talked about yet, there were 880s in the match. 7 of those were Luke Humphries. 1 of them was for Paul Lim. In terms of 140s, there was 21 for Humphries, 18 for Paul Lim. Checkouts-wise, it's a funny old game because I tell you what, we said at the beginning of the match that Paul Lim was averaging around, I think, 13% on his checkouts. It was swapped around. 23.81% for Luke Humphries at the end of the match and 30.56 for Paul Lim. Humphries had 42 opportunities to check out. He only got 10. If we're being honest, he bottled it, if we're being honest. Lim, 11 out of 36. Highest checkout for Paul Lim was a 121. Highest checkout for Humphries was a 108. And as I said before, 92.28 average for Humphries, 89.77 for Paul Lim. And the veteran Singapore slinger, the legend that he is, that is Paul Lim, goes through to the next round. And I tell you what, it's one of those games where had the fans been there for it, it would have been an absolutely incredible atmosphere. You know that in that situation, the beers would have been flying, the fans would have gone mental. It would have been a lovely atmosphere. And it's a shame that fans couldn't be there for that one. But hopefully, if Paul Lim can make it through again, which would be very nice indeed, we will have fans back, of course, around December the 30th. Although, to be honest, I highly doubt it. I think it's going to be behind closed doors for the rest of the tournament. But I mean, he's talking now, of course. What an incredible game for him. Absolutely fantastic match. And, well, he's got a game against Dimitri van den Berg. I mean, Kjell's put absolute limbs, some would say. I think there was absolute limbs. Absolute limbs indeed on stream. And hopefully we can have a few more limbs like that over the next few days. But what a game that was. And the match finishes Paul Lim 3, Luke Humphries 2, which means we've now got one more game to come up tonight, which we are going to move on to. And it is, of course, a round 2 fixture that is coming up next. And what an incredible night it's been. It continues on even more. And for those of you that have been wondering, if I've just joined and I've missed stuff tonight, what have I missed? Then where have you been? It's been an incredible night at the darts. It's probably been the best night of them all so far in terms of how all of the games have gone on. But as you can see on your screen, the first game earlier on today, very similar situation at hand. Dirk van Duijvenbode was 2 sets down to the World Youth Champ Bradley Brooks. He came back in his game and won that game 3 sets to 2. It was a fantastic match to watch indeed, that one. The second game wasn't necessarily as much of a thriller as the rest of them have been. John Henderson in a close fought 3-2 battle against Marco Kantell. Kantell only averaged around 79 in the match, but kept his cool, kept his calm, and nearly took John Henderson all the way. But in the end there, the kind of favourite, the Scottish favourite, of course, to go on and win the match, did in the end and won his match 3-2. And then finally, the best result of the tournament so far, you could say, Paul Lim coming back from 2 sets down against Luke Humphries to win the game in stunning fashion after Luke Humphries missed 12 darts to potentially go on and win the game. Lim coming back and winning the match, and of course an Ali Pali favourite, an Ali Pali legend, goes on to the next round. So let's move on to the next game now. I mean, it's very hard to move on to the next game after an incredible match like that. But we are now moving on to the game between James Wade and Callan Rydz. Let me just take that one off the screen there, and hopefully it should come up now, I think. We click on that there, and there we go. So finally got up on the screen. Apologies about that. Took a second there for it to recognise. So next game coming up, James Wade, who's going to be taking on Callan Rydz in the next round of the World Darts Championship. Of course, James Wade ranked 7th in the world. As for Callan Rydz, currently ranked 80th in the world. Going to be a very interesting game, this one. Going to be a very interesting game indeed. I would expect James Wade to win this, I think, 3 sets to 1. But with where that tonight has gone, God knows what's going to happen in this match. Man with no name saying Paul Lim is like the male Fallon Sherrock. He is indeed. He's a loved man in darts. And then the man with no names are speaking of Sherrock. Is she in this tournament? She isn't. She didn't qualify. I think Lisa Ashton beat her. So, yeah, she's not in the competition. And then Chris has put, you know what? Paul Lim is winning the Worlds. You love to see it, of course. Good to see the passion, as always, in the stream. But, yeah, now on to the next game, as I said. James Wade, ranked 7th in the world. Haven't seen him yet in the tournament so far because, of course, he got a bye into the second round with being in the top 32 seed. Fantastic player on his day, but hasn't played a great deal, actually, since that Grand Slam final, which was back in November. Lost that final 16-12, but throughout that tournament, we saw pretty much how well James Wade could play. You know, beat Dimitri van den Berg 16-15 in the most incredible day of action that we had at the Grand Slam a few weeks ago, of course. Beat Demon Heta 16-13 as well. And in the last match that he played, he lost 6-3 to Niels Zonneveld. So he is technically coming on the back of a run of 2 defeats. As for Callan Rydz, of course, beats James Bailey 3-1 in his match at the World Darts Championship. He averaged 93.53 in that game. And you have to give credit to James Bailey because he did very, very well indeed in that match and challenged Callan Rydz for the majority of the game ultimately. In the end, it was just a little bit too much for Bailey. And he comes into this match, Rydz, on a little bit of confidence. He's already got a game that he's played, which means he's going to have a bit more confidence potentially than James Wade. But as you would expect, Wade being ranked 7th in the world, you would expect him to go on and win this game quite comfortably. But do tell us in the chat what are you predicting for this game. It's going to be a very interesting one indeed to see what happens in this match. As I said before, I think I'm going to say a 3-1 win here for James Wade to end the night. But it has been an incredible night indeed. If you're new to the stream as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very, very greatly appreciated indeed. I see we've got a new subscriber. So Gareth Bellhart for you. We're now 10 subscribers away from 1,400. Which, as I said, I only thought we'd get 1,400 by New Year. You guys have smashed it pretty much really, really well indeed. But tomorrow night, we're back once again for another night of action at the World Darts Championship. I'll be live from 6:10, and my God, have we got another incredible night of action indeed. Andy Hamilton is back at the World Darts Championship. How's he going to come up against Nico Kurz? That'll be an interesting game to watch to kick off Saturday night's action at the World Darts Championship. Andy Bolton is coming up against Data Hedman, the winner of that game, playing Adrian Lewis. So a big potential chance for one of those guys to play one of the former World Championship winners. Demon Heta. Oh, no, sorry, it's Demon Heta against Danny Baggish. That's the one that will play Adrian Lewis. Dita Hedman, of course, big opportunity for her for the women's game to prove what she can do. And then Michael Van Gerwen is coming up against Ryan Murray. That is going to be a very good game indeed, of course. Going to see mighty Michael Van Gerwen for the first time at the World Darts Championship. But some very good games tomorrow. I'll be live from 6:10 for all those games. But it's going to be a very, very fun night of action. But we've still got one more game to come up here. James Wade taking on Callan Rydz in the second round. And what an opportunity this is for Rydz to be able to play against James Wade, who, as I said, coming into this on the back of a little bad run of form. 2 defeats in a row, but we know what James Wade can do. He's an ever-present at the World Darts Championship, like Paul Lim, and you would expect him to go on and win this game in the end. So without further ado, both players on to the Oki. Should be a good match indeed, and we're about to get underway with this game. I think some of you guys are also playing off against each other as well, Danny and Chris. Very best of luck if you guys playing off against each other, but we are now underway in this game between James Wade and Callan Rydz. Of course, Wade ranked 7th in the world, and you would expect James Wade to go on a decent run in this competition. I think he could potentially get towards the quarters. We know what Wade can do, and well, he'll be certainly hungry to try and win the World Darts Championship as well if he can. The man we know says hopefully Callan beats him 3-0 and 9-0 in negs. Paul Lim beats MVG 7-6 in the final to become the 2021 World Champion. Imagine that, there'd be Lim's left, right and centre as James Wade gets a 140 in this match. And then, as the man we know said before, who is MVG playing? He is playing Ryan Murray tomorrow in his match. He came up against Lawrence Aligan in that previous game, so I think he beat Aligan 3-1 in the end, if I'm correct. So, let's go move on now. James Wade coming up against Callan Rydz. James Wade currently, after 9 darts at 161. Callan Rydz at 301 here. And he's been such a consistent player over the last couple of years, hasn't he, James Wade? I mean, the man we know is, but Wade's best chance of winning the World Darts Championship was against Lewis. 5-1 up in the semi-finals and lost 6-5. The air conditioning, lol. And that's the thing, he's a very good player on his day, but he's always just been that step behind. Always kind of reaches semi-finals and finals and tends to be the man that loses out, or tends to be the man that usually has a 9-darter against him. So if Callan Rydz wants to get a 9-darter tonight, that would be good indeed. But a 61 here for James Wade. Starts with an outer ball. Needs 3. 1 dart at the double 4 for a 61 checkout, which he won't get, but it's more than likely he will get another chance at that double 4 with Callan Rydz at a 161. Which he will do indeed. No checkout as Rydz gets a 5-1 and a treble 3. Really poor there from Callan Rydz. So double 4 for James Wade to take the first leg of the game. First 2 darts missed, but a good mark of the third one. And it's a very good marker indeed. It's in the double 4. And that is the first leg on the board for James Wade. Good start there. But no reaction, as you would usually expect from James Wade in a competition like this. But Callan Rydz, we're looking at this and thinking, as I said, I've already played a game. I could come into this with confidence, but chance here for a 180 from Wade. And he gets himself a 140 to put himself down to 361 after 3 darts. Callan Rydz respond. He kind of only gets an 80. I thought for a second he was going to respond, but he only gets 80 there and leaves James Wade a bit of an opportunity here to push forward in this second leg. But Wade only gets himself 44 there. No, sorry, 54 in the end. Couldn't hear what George Noble was saying, who is the match referee for this game, of course. Chris has put, Paul Lim is winning the Worlds, end of discussion. I think, honestly, if Paul Lim was to win the Worlds, right, picture the situation here, that fans are back in the stadium for the final. It's Paul Lim against Michael van Gerwen, and he beats Michael van Gerwen 7-6 in the final, as the man with no name said, and he retires afterwards. I think the Ali Pali would implode. I think the Ali Pali would implode. If anything like that ever happened in a parallel universe where Paul Lim was one of the best players in World Darts, then the PDC and the Ali Pali would just explode. And I think the fans would just go bonkers as well. The amount of beers that would be flying in the air, left, right and centre, would be absolutely mental. But that's in a parallel world, because James Wade here currently at 117. Callan Rydz only gets himself 42 to put himself down at 181. So treble 20, 17. So double 20 here for a 117 checkout. And he gets himself 97, which will be coming back there at the 20. With Rydz on 181. Josh is the match referee and commentator here. I'm trying my very best to tick up the scores before George Noble says it. And I tell you what, they've got a fucking hard job doing that. But Wade gets the double 10. And he's 2 legs up here in the first set. And Callan Rydz has not really had much to do so far, because Wade just keeps playing along in this game. And he looks very calm, as he always does on stage. He always looks very calm and comfortable. But yeah, unlucky there. Only 80 for James Wade with one of his darts coming out the board. No beer throwing because it was spread COVID. I bet that is the one thing they would have bloody said, wouldn't it, if fans were there? You can't chuck a beer in the air, but it's not like once the beer's been chucked in the air, you're going to be able to get all the drink back in the cup, are you? Bloody hell. Lim does Gangnam style dance. What, he does a Devon Peterson? Oh, imagine. In a parallel world, that would be a reality. There will be a parallel world out there where Paul Lim wins the World Darts Championship. But Wade here, looking very calm and comfortable in this first set. Gets to 20. Gets another. Can he get a 180 on the board for the first time in this match? Of course he can. 180 on the board there. For James Wade, that is the first one of the match. And Callan Rydz there responds only with an 85. So Wade here looking very calm and comfortable to take the first leg of this match. Gets the treble 20. Needs treble 19, which he won't be able to get. And he'll come back with Callan Rydz on a free 10, which means he'll probably get at least 6 darts here at the 48, which of course he'll need 8 and double 20. And he's not had a good start at all, Callan Rydz. We'll talk about his average in a moment. Probably very similar to Kantell. So Double 20 here for Wade to take the first set of the match. Now needs double 10. And he gets the double 10. And that is the quickest set I think we've seen of the day so far. James Wade, who's not been tested as of yet by Kantell, by Callan Rydz, takes a 1-set lead. There's a lot of work to do for Rydz as it stands. James Wade 1, Callan Rydz 0. Back in a moment. Set number 1, done and dusted here between James Wade and Callan Rydz as it currently stands in this match. James Wade with a 1-0 lead. And if you compare it to the other games earlier on, it's pretty much been a very different story to them. Callan Rydz not really had much to do in this game so far. James Wade looking very comfortable indeed. And well, when I said I thought his average was going to be similar to Kantell, it's quite worse actually. James Wade averaging 92.02 in that first set, completely flying. And Callan Rydz averaging 68.73, which is not a good start at all for Callan Rydz in that first set. And I think, of course, as the kind of saying always goes for the commentators, the break has come at the perfect time here for Callan Rydz, and it really has indeed, because he's not tested James Wade at all. Pretty much in every single leg he's had so far, he's been able to comfortably get down to under 170 and have at least 6 darts at it, which means 9 times out of 10 he's been able to put himself down to a decent finish before Callan Rydz has even made it to a 170. We've seen 180 so far. That was for James Wade. We haven't seen any checkouts so far for Callan Rydz. In terms of James Wade's checkouts, he's had 37.5% so far in the match. But, I mean, I've said it multiple times before. I've said it 3 times tonight. I'm going to say it again. I think this game could be done very quickly if Callan Rydz doesn't improve in this game, because right now he is not playing the best game of the night. In fact, he's playing the worst game so far of the tournament with an average of 68.73. But a break will do him some good here. The players will be out on the oche in just a few moments' time. James Wade will be looking to just get this game done and dusted as quick as he possibly can. And for those of you that have just joined the stream, if you're new as always, welcome along to the Sports Corner. If you've enjoyed this darts watch along, then don't forget to leave a like and a subscription. As always, we've got plenty of sporting content on the channel. We have a wrestling podcast on a Tuesday. We have live football watch-alongs, which will be coming back over the Christmas period, more likely after the darts, to be fair. We've also got NFL live watch-alongs for the playoffs, which will be coming up in a few weeks' time, whenever the playoffs are, of course, next year. So do keep your eyes out for that on the channel, as always. But both players back out onto the oche here for the second set of James Wade against Callan Rydz. And as it currently stands, for those of you that might have just joined wondering, how is James Wade doing so far? He's not been tested in the slightest. 1 set up to nothing against Callan Rydz. Rydz currently averaging around about 68. It's not been the best performance, but the question is, can Rydz come out here in the second set and just improve on his performance? We'll have to find out in a second. Or will this be a Wade whitewash? We'll find out in a second here, because both players are back out onto the oche, and we'll be underway here with this second set in just a moment. And if there's one thing that James Wade always shows, is a calm and a collected approach, and he's looked completely calm, completely collected, no celebrations at any of his darts so far. And we're underway with the second set of Callan Rydz versus James Wade, as Rydz starts off with a 71, which is already better than the average he's got in the match so far. And the one thing I think Wade will be looking at tonight, specifically with all of the 3 games we've literally just seen, is to really get a foothold of this match, because, you know, Franklin Brooks had a hold of the game, lost it. Humphries had a hold of the game, lost it. Henderson had a hold of the game, nearly let Kantell all the way back into it. So Wade tonight, as a much better opponent, of course, being 7th seed in the world, will be looking to have this game done and dusted within the next kind of 15-20 minutes. which is certainly not too bad for me because I'm dying to get to takeaway and get some food down my gob. But Wade here at 360. Callan Rydz here at 293. Gets himself 95 to put himself down to 198. But Wade here, just a lovely player to watch when it comes to his darts. And the scary thing is, he's only in his mid-30s. He's still fairly young for a darts player, and he's been around the scene now for, well, it feels like forever, doesn't it, with James Wade? He's been with the Van Gerwens, he's been with the Phil Taylors. He's been there and done it with some of the very best, and, well, he'll be around, I think, for a long time to come, James Wade, and he's got so much more time left in his career to go out there and win stuff, and, well, I thought he had a real potential good chance to go on and win the Grand Slam against Jose de Sousa, but didn't in the end. But chance here for a leg on the board for Callan Rydz. Couldn't check out the 100, so 160 here for James Wade. Gets the treble 20, needs another one here. He gets double 20 for a great 160 checkout. Oh, he just doesn't get it, which means a chance here for Callan Rydz to get a leg on the board from tops. And he gets tops, and that is the first leg of the game on the board for Callan Rydz. And that will be a little confidence booster there. After a real poor first set on the board, he'll be happy with that. And James Wade, of course, starts off here with 100. He'll just be a little bit frustrated that he's let Callan Rydz get back into this game slightly, but we're only one leg into this second set, so anything can change as this game continues on. James here with a treble 20. Gets another one. He's on for the 180 here. And of course, he gets the 180. Where's George Noble? There he is. 180 on the board for James Wade. Brilliant indeed for him. And I forgot, I was doing a George Noble impression earlier. It wasn't a Paul Hinks impression, it was a George Noble one. But there's another chance here for 180. Oh, all aboard the 180 Express, because that's his second 180 in quick succession. And James Wade is down to a 41 here. Callan Rydz all the way back at 310. Lovely darts here. So, double 20 needed for James Wade here for a lovely leg on the board, which he gets. And that was a fantastic, I believe, 11 dart leg there from James Wade. And makes it one leg apiece in this second set. Lovely darts there from Wade. But a good start here for Callan Rydz. Starts off with a 177 in this third leg. He's on for the 9 darter. Can James Wade respond? The answer is yes, he can, with 140. So, maybe a chance here at a 9 darter against Wade again from Callan Rydz? The answer is no, he hits a 20 first time. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll get a 9 darter live on stream. In terms of the averages though, James Wade averaging 100.96. Callan Rydz much improved up to 80.33, which is still a little bit too far behind Wade, but certainly improved from the 69 average that he had in that original first set. 301 for Wade here, 267 for Rydz. And only a 59 there for Callan, which means a chance here for James Wade to capitalise. Gets a 20. I think he gets another 20 there. And only gets 60, which lets Callan off the hook here very slightly and gives him an opportunity to just push forward in this game a little bit and maybe get a second leg on the board. He only responds with 47. And now he's let James Wade off the hook as well. What can he do here? Currently on 2-4-1, James Wade. Callan Rydz will have at least 6 darts. In fact, he won't, because Wade gets the 100 to put himself down at 1-4-1. So Cal will get 1-6-1 here. He's going to have to try and take it out, which he won't be able to. But he leaves himself down at a very good finish, potentially, of tops. But chance here for 1-4-1 finish from James Wade, which we won't see. So a good opportunity here. Callan Rydz needs tops to go 2 1-up on legs in the second set. First start a little bit too high, but the second dart is in. And he's 2 1-up on legs from Callan Rydz there against James Wade. And he's got a good opportunity here to potentially make it one set apiece. And it seems to be the running theme of the night. The first set, somebody drives and runs away with it, and then it gets a little bit tighter on, which you would expect, of course, some players, you know, using that break to their advantage and taking a moment to just compose themselves. And that's exactly what Callan has done here. Although he started off very poorly here after 3 darts. He's down at 419. Wade here on for a potential 140. Gets treble 20-20. And gets 100 to leave himself 305. It's a very interesting game, this one. Callan looks very nervous, I think you have to say, on stage. Which you would expect. He's playing James Wade, of course. A great player to play against. 7th in the world in terms of current world rankings. But he's having a little bit of a blip here, James Wade. Very unlucky there. One of his darts falling out of the board, so he only gets 40. Which gives a real good opportunity for Callan Rydz to be able to take advantage of that. But he doesn't. Only gets 41. So James Wade here at 265. Not really got into much of a rhythm, has he, Callan? Rob Weaver's put, what a crap stream. You're better off listening to TalkSport, one of the YouTubers. Well, Rob, I'd like to see you do better. Unfortunately, you wish you had a platform to build on. Go fuck yourself. Wade here, though, on a 170. Callan Rydz on a 228. Why would you even want to listen to TalkSport anyway? Unbelievable. So, Wade here on a 170. Not going to be able to check out. But he will get 100. And at least 3 darts at the 70. Callan Rydz at 228. Going to have to put some pressure on here. Only gets 90 to put himself down to 133. It was 95 there. So tops there for James Wade. And he gets it. Checks out the 70. Which puts it to 2 legs apiece. And this is a massive leg because it means if James Wade can win this, he will go 2 sets up. Callan Rydz really needs this leg on the board to make it 1 set apiece. So James Wade at 501. What can he do here with his first 3 darts? Starts off with 2 20s. And gets the treble that he needed to put himself up to 100. So that's down to 401 there. Callan Rydz at 408. He's got to put some real pressure on because he currently stands in terms of the averages in this match. Callan is averaging 79.42. James Wade averaging 96.73. He's been a pretty steady game so far for James Wade. Only gets 43 though. James Wade, which puts him down at 358, which gives Callan a great opportunity to push forward. Gets a treble 1, treble 20 and a 5. And he's just letting James Wade off the hook here a little bit. And well, James Wade is going to capitalise here. Treble 20 and a 20. Get another treble. Which he doesn't. And Callan Rydz, well, under the cosh here a little bit. 244 for the Englishman. 258 for James Wade. Gets 90 there. Which puts him down at 154. James Wade at 258 here. Gets a treble 20, a 20. And another 20 to leave himself down at 158. So Callan Rydz, 154 check out. It could be done. Gets a 19, which means he's not going to be able to check out here. But he can leave himself with a not bad finish. Done very well there, and he leaves himself down at 24, which means James Wade has got some pressure here to check out the 158, which he's not going to be able to do. And Callan Rydz has a chance here to put 1 set on the board and make things interesting. Double 12 required for 1 set apiece. First dart misses, but it's a good marker. Second dart misses, which is a good marker. And he doesn't hit it. Which means a real opportunity here for James Wade to check out the 100. Treble 20, double 20. Gets 20. Gets the treble 20, which means he needs double 10 for the 100 check out, which he gets. And oh, he capitalises on the mistake of Callan Rydz there. And James Wade goes 2 sets up against Callan Rydz. And with an opportunity a moment ago to make it 1 set apiece, Callan Rydz will be frustrated with himself. Because it means James Wade is 2-0 up. As it stands, James Wade 2, Callan Rydz 2. A lot of work for Callan to do if he wants to get back into the game. Back in a moment. So that is the second set done of James Wade versus Callan Rydz as he currently stands. James Wade 2-0 to the good in this game against Callan. And do you know what? Give credit to Callan there. It was a much improved second set there from Callan. Did really, really well indeed to get back into that match. And you could have quite easily seen in this game, I can't even get this button up, could have quite easily seen James Wade in this match just dominate and go forward in the game and just basically batter him. But he tried his very best there, got back into the match very nearly, made it one set apiece, but ultimately in there, very unlucky to not be able to check out on the double 12, and gave James Wade a great opportunity to check out the 100, which he did, and it means that James Wade, as he currently stands, is 2-0 up in this game. But the man with no name has made a very good point indeed. We know that being 2-0 up means nothing. We've seen it tonight, of course. Bradley Brooks was 2-0 up. But I'm going to say this now, and touch wood, I think this game is going to end 3-0. I really do. James Wade is a little bit better than Bradley Brooks. How Bradley Brooks was 2-0 up. I think James Wade is a much better player than Bradley Brooks. And that's no offence to Bradley. Played incredibly well. But you would expect a player like James Wade to not bottle a 2-0 set lead. Callan, in terms of the averages as it currently stands, Callan is averaging 78.97, which is still a little bit too low in a game like this, but it's a much improved average from the 69 that he had in that original first set. As for James Wade, 94.49 on the board, looking very comfortable and calm in this game. Hasn't really shown any emotion in the match, which is what James Wade tends to do. We've had 3 180s, which have all gone to James Wade. In terms of their checkouts, James Wade currently 50% on his checkouts. That's 6 out of 12. And then for Callan Rydz, he's 33.33. That's 2 out of his 6 that he's been able to check out in the game. For James Wade, his highest checkout so far was that 100. As for Callan Rydz, his highest checkout so far is a 40. But there's a little bit of work for him to do. Can he get back into the game? We'll have to find out in a second. But if you're new to the channel, as always, do leave a like and a subscription. It is very greatly appreciated. As much as we get people on the channel, we've had a few people come in today and say stupid comments, like Rob, for example. Just a big thank you to everybody that has turned up for these streams, because we never expected these darts watch-alongs to do as good as they have. And I use these as an original test to see if we're going to do more darts watch-alongs in the future. There definitely will be more darts watch-alongs coming in 2021. So, if you're new to the channel as always, then I highly do recommend subscribing to the channel, because there will be more darts watch-alongs, not just for the World Darts Championship, but a few of the future tournaments coming up next year as well. So big thank you to all of you which have turned up. It's been absolutely incredible support for someone who doesn't really know a great deal about darts. But I hope you've enjoyed the reactions and the matches so far, because as he currently stands, James Wade is 2 sets up against Callan Rydz in this match right now. And the man with no name has said Wade bottled 8-0 up on Scott Waite to the Grand Slam and 5-1 up on Lewis. That's very true, but that was a long, long time ago. A lot of time has passed since then, and it can happen. It can happen, and do you know what? If it does happen and Callan Rydz does wins this game, 3-2, I'll put my hands up and I'll say, fair play, the man with no name. You did tell me it was going to happen, but I think he'll win this either 3-0 or 3-1. I highly doubt he's going to bottle it here, but any game, we've said before, 2-0 is a very dangerous lead, not just in football, but in darts as well, and he's got a 2-0 set lead right now in this game. So let's go back to the match as both players take their first few darts of this set. And James Wade here starting with a 140. A very, very good start indeed. I mean, it's true, old habits do stick. Very, very true indeed. But he just looks so calm and comfortable tonight on the stage. I think Callan Rydz ultimately is just lacking in his average tonight to be able to test him, in my opinion. So James Wade here at 301, gets himself 60, so he's down to 241. After 6 starts, Callan Rydz here on 350. He is going to put a bit of pressure on him though. A chance here for 180 for Callan Rydz, and well, he gets himself 140 there. Good darts there to put Callan Rydz down to 210. And James Wade here, looking calm and composed on the stage, does get himself 100. So he's down to 141 here, which means he's going to get at least 3 darts at the 141, while Callan Rydz is down at 210 here. How much pressure can Callan put on James, though? The answer is not much pressure at all. Only gets 43, so he's down to 167. He should get at least 3 darts here at the 141. And he puts himself Really, really well there from James Wade. Puts himself down to double 8. So he should get, realistically, at least 3 darts to the double 8, unless Callan Rydz can check out the 168. Sorry, 167, which he won't be able to do. And James Wade here for a chance to go 2 legs up. Now needs double 4. Now needs double 2. Really needs it here, James Wade. And he doesn't get it. So a little opportunity here for Callan Rydz at 76 to get a leg on the board. Treble 20, double 8 needed. He gets the treble 20. 2 darts to the double 8s. First dart misses, but a good marker. And he doesn't get the other dart, which means here another chance for James Wade, who was let off there with a double 2, which he gets. And he goes 1 leg up in the 3rd set against James Wade. And well, this game is starting to look not necessarily out of Callan Rydz's reach, but it's slowly but surely getting harder and harder as this game continues on for Callan Rydz to get back in this match. Very, very tough game indeed for Callan Rydz to get back into, as James Wade starts off with a 140 in this second leg of the 3rd set. He just looks so calm on stage right now. You don't really tend to see much of a reaction from James Wade when it comes to being on stage. Really good performance. And Callan just running out of time in this game to get anything in the match. Give me 2 seconds here. 140 again there from James Wade. Puts himself down to 2-2-1. And Callan Rydz here looks all over the place in this match. And he's really giving James Wade an easy opportunity in this game to take that second leg on the board and end this game fairly quickly indeed. Just not got into the match at all tonight. And James Wade here down at 1-2-1. Callan Rydz down at 3-0-8. A chance here for the 1-2-1 checkout. Gets the bull, which means he's not going to be able to check out here. And with Callan Rydz at 3-0-8, he's going to go at the double 4. And he's going to have at least 6 darts here. So James Wade needs double 4 to go 2 legs and 2 sets up. And he doesn't need 2 legs, 2 sets up. And James Wade is 1 leg away from taking out Callan Rydz in what has been a fairly easy game so far for Callan Rydz. Very simple indeed. Not for Callan Rydz, for James Wade, of course. He's had a very simple match so far and looks on course to get a clean sweep here against Callan Rydz. Well done there, by the way, Danny and Chris. Good game, Danny. I play awfully in there. Double 1, I hate it. Good game, Chris. You need to add me on substitute playing time. Add me up as well, Danny Mac. I don't want to add you on, but I definitely have to play at some point as well. I'll have a look at that, by the way, Chris, after the stream with the link that he sent me. But James Wade here, 2 sets, 2 legs up, currently at 3-0-5, and Callan Rydz will have to produce the most incredible comeback if he wants anything in this game, as James Wade continues to roll on in this final match of the day. Remember, for those of you that have enjoyed the watch-along tonight, there will be another watch-along tomorrow at 6:10, as always, for the World Darts Championship for the next 4 evening fixtures, which does include Mighty Michael van Gerwen, who's playing his first second-round fixture of the World Darts Championship. But James Wade here, just giving Callan Rydz a little opportunity to maybe get a leg on the board. Only gets himself a score of 48 on the board. So Callan Rydz at 2-2-7 here has an opportunity to maybe capitalise on that 48 score, which he does indeed very well. Gets 137, so Wade here at 160. Gets the 20. Isn't going to be able to check out, of course. And Callan Rydz with a chance here at the 90. Treble 20, double 15 to get a rare leg on the board for Callan Rydz. Gets 20. Gets treble 20, needs double 5. And doesn't get the double 5, which means a chance here for the 100 checkout, which Wade got earlier on today to win the match. Gets the 20. Gets the 20, which means he won't come back. And a chance here for Callan Rydz to get the double 5 and a breaker throw in this game. And I'll add you up on Instagram, Danny Mac. And Rydz gets the leg on the board. And this game will continue on. Callan Rydz there gets a leg back. And will that give him a little bit of belief in this match that he can come back in this game. Of course, we'll have to find out as this match continues on. But James Wade here on for 180, and he was about to get it, but his dart fell out of the treble 60, treble 20 even, and didn't get it in the end there. In terms of my Instagram, it is, let me get it up for you. I'll get it up in a second. But James Wade here on a 381, Callan Rydz on a 376. You're getting tired, you can tell. I'm starving more than anything. I've not had anything to eat, to be honest with you. Pretty much all day. I'm absolutely starving. So I've just ordered some food, which is coming straight afterwards. So I'm fucking buzzing for that. In terms of my Instagram, it is _. I'll put it in the chat, actually. It makes life easier for you. So that is my Instagram. I don't really tend to use it, to be honest, as James Wade goes on for a 180 here and only gets 125. That's my Instagram. Add me up on there, and I will. So we'll certainly have a see if we can have a few games at some point. So James Wade here at 156, Callan Rydz at 238. He's gonna just go down here and leave himself with a decent checkout, with Callan Rydz being back at 238. So he's going to get at least 3 darts at the 56 to win the game. Callan Rydz here. Going to get himself only 60. So big opportunity here for James Wade for a simple performance on the night. Gets 16, double 20 to win the match. And he wins the match indeed. James Wade with what has been a very simple performance for James Wade in the World Darts Championship. A simple game against Callan Rydz, where Rydz never really was able to test James Wade, but a solid performance from the 7th ranked world player in the world in the darts, and he wins the game 3-0 in a comfortable performance. We'll be back in a moment to talk about the games tonight. James Wade 3, Callan Rydz 0. And there we have it. What a fantastic night of action we've had in the World Darts Championship. What a brilliant, brilliant night indeed. Fantastic games across the board. And as you can see on the screen, the final results of tonight's Day 4 action of the World Darts Championship. The results, we had 3 games that finished 3-2. Dirk van Duijvenbode in the first match of the night. Fantastic game this was. Bradley Brooks was 2 sets up against Dirk van Duijvenbode. He came back in the game. It was a thrilling match to watch. Came and eventually won 3-2. Another game that ended 3-2 was the game between John Henderson and Marco Kantell. It wasn't the best of games in the world. Kantell only averaged around about the 70 mark, the 80 mark for the majority of it. But his finishing was much better than John Henderson, who was put into a real scrap in that game, and eventually John Henderson coming out as a 3-2 winner. The game of the night and potentially game of the tournament, Paul Lim in an incredible match against Luke Humphries. He was 2 sets down in this game and he came back all the way and won it. Of course, an Ali Pali legend coming up against Dimitri van den Berg in the next round of the competition. And then, of course, our last match of the night, James Wade in a 3-0 win against Callan Rydz. Let's talk about this match. As I said, of course, Callan Rydz didn't really bring anything to this game to test James Wade. He will come out of this match and he'll be incredibly disappointed in himself that he didn't put on a better show against the 7th best player in the world, of course. In terms of the averages, James Wade with an average of 93.17, Callan Rydz with an average of 78.05. It just proves the golfing class between these players. Of course, Callan ranked 80th in the world, a massive difference between the two players. In terms of 180s, we had 3 180s in the match, all 3 going to James Wade. James got 10 140 pluses in the match compared to Callan's 2. James also got 36 100 pluses in comparison to Callan's 10. Real golfing class in terms of the stats tonight. Checkouts wise, 47.37 on James Wade's checkouts. That's 9 out of 19. Callan Rydz with 30%, only 3 out of 10. The highest checkout was the 100 to originally win the first set. Callan only with a high checkout of a 40. It really does sum up how poor Callan was tonight, and he will be incredibly frustrated indeed. Which means James Wade goes through to the next round of the World Darts Championship, and he will be absolutely buzzing that he had a fairly quick game, considering some of the matches we had tonight. Some really, really good games, and as I said before, no doubt with that Paul Lim match, if there were fans at the stadium, at the Ali Pali, it would have been an absolutely incredible atmosphere, seeing the beers flying everywhere and the fans celebrating indeed. But that is a fantastic night of action done. We've nearly been live for 4.5 hours. Of course, this has been a very long stream indeed. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you that have turned up for these World Darts Championship watch-alongs. This was an incredible stream tonight. I've just seen the amount of playbacks. This is the most watched, I think, sporting watch-along that we've had on the channel so far. We've had live draws and things like the Champions League, which we've had a lot of kind of viewers to turn up for on transfer deadline day. But in terms of a sporting watch-along, this is the most viewers we've had for any watch-along we've done on the channel since we've started. So a big thank you to every single one of you that has turned out to these streams. It's genuinely greatly appreciated. So much for all of you that have left likes and subscribed. We're 9 subscribers away from 1,400, so if you haven't already, then I highly do recommend leaving a like and a subscription on the channel, because we've got plenty more content to come on the channel as always. We have a wrestling podcast on a Tuesday, the Wrestling Corner. You can join Rowan and Simon as they talk about the week's action in wrestling every week on a Tuesday from around 11:30. We have live football watch-alongs. We do watch-alongs for the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, a whole host, of course, of different leagues across European football. We've also, coming in 2021, towards the beginning of the year, got NFL playoff watch-alongs, so you can join the likes of Will and Kieran for those watch-alongs a little bit further down the line, of course, in 2021. And then, of course, for those of you wondering, when are you live once again for the World Darts Championship, I am back tomorrow night at 6:10 once again, as always, for the World Darts Championship, day number 5 watch-along, and we've got some incredible games to come up once again tomorrow night. Andy Hamilton is coming up against Nico Kurz. Of course, it's fantastic to see Andy Hamilton coming back to the World Darts Championship. We've got another Andy in Andy Bolton. He's playing up against Dita Hedman, of course. Going to be interested to see how Dita does tomorrow night. A big opportunity for her to show herself off at the World Darts Championship. Of course. Be interested to see how she does in that game. There'll be a lot of not pressure on her, but if the fans were there, they would certainly have her back at the Ali Pali. We've got Damon Hayter, who's coming up against Danny Baggish. Of course, the winner of that game will be coming up against Adrian Lewis in the next round of the World Darts Championship. And then the final game, the game that I think so many people are waiting for tomorrow, we finally get to see mighty Michael van Gerwen coming up against Ryan Murray in the second round. So do keep your eyes out. We're live, as I said, at 6:10 tomorrow night for that watch-along. But for those of you wondering what games are on tomorrow afternoon, well, I'm going to answer your question now, because Steve Lennon takes on Daniel Larson in a round 1 fixture. Scott Waits comes up against Matt Campbell. Kim Huybrechts, of course, the Belgian, comes up against Dizwang. And then a round 2 fixture, a player who I think a lot of people will expect to do quite well at the World Darts Championship with no crowd. Mervyn King is coming up against Max Hopp in the second round of the World Darts Championship. That is tomorrow afternoon. I won't be live for that, but I will be live from 6:10 as always. So once again, a very big thank you to all of you for joining the stream tonight. Very greatly appreciated it. It genuinely really does mean a lot for all of you that have joined. I can't believe how well these Darts Championships watch-alongs have been doing. There will definitely be more darts watch-alongs in 2021 for the likes of the Premier League of Darts and the World Cup of Darts and things like that. But as for now, thank you very much indeed. Just have a look at the chat, see what you guys have been saying. Dynamax saying, have a great evening, folks. Chris saying, take care, everyone. Lim steals the night. The man with no name saying, so Wade smashed him. He did indeed. And then saying good night too. Thank you very much, the man with no name. Thank you, Danny Matt. Thanks, Chris. And thanks for all of you for joining. Have a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. But overall, Lim really does steal the show. I will see you again a little bit later on. See you later. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. See you later.